All right, welcome to our Selma City Council special meeting. It's June 3rd, 2024 at 5:45 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers at 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, California. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Would you call the roll, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted on the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2b. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address City Council regarding any item on the special meeting agenda over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes and are asked to direct their comments towards the city council. Do we have any oral communications at this time? Do we have anybody on the phone or online?
As a reminder to the caller online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Okay. So we are going to have a closed session now. It's going to be a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. It's a significant exposure to litigation pursuant to 54956. City Attorney, did you have any comments to make on this before we go in?
Yes, I just need to add the facts and circumstances of the case, which is that it's related to Fernando Santillan's claim against the city of Selma.
Thank you. And does council want to stay here for the closed session, or should we just go into the break room since it's a brief one and let everybody stay in their seats till we get back? Are we good with that? Okay, we're going to go into the break room and then we'll be back in a few minutes. You guys can stay here. Okay, we're back from our Selma City Council special meeting closed session. City Attorney, is there any reportable action tonight?
No reportable action.
Thank you. With that, we will close our Selma City Council special meeting, adjourn it, and open our Selma City Council regular meeting, June 3rd, 2024. It is just 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers at 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation is from Pastor Nelson Schwam. Pastor Schwam?
Good evening, council members, Mayor Robertson, Mayor Pro Tem Cho, council members Trio, Guerra, and Mendoza, Navarro. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you this evening and offer this prayer of invocation and enjoy the snickerdoodles when you have an opportunity.
Thank you for those.
Let's pray. Father, I thank you for this day that you've given us, and I rejoice in your work within our lives and within our community. I thank you for the community of Selma and for the individuals, families, churches, organizations, and businesses that have worked hard to help bring opportunities and hope to the community in which we live. Pray that we would all continue to work together to help make this a great place to live, to own a business, to attend a church and a school, and to raise a family. I pray for your presence and blessing over this council meeting tonight, and I pray that you would give wisdom and grace to each council member and each city staff member as they continue to work for our community. Give wisdom where wisdom is needed and grace where grace is needed. I pray that all this would be done for your glory. And I pray this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Amen.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted on in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2B. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and direct their comments towards the city council. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say at this time for oral communications? Come on up. Anybody has anything to say?
Hi, good afternoon. Lorena Betancourt, 1326 Goldridge. I'd like to express my disappointment in the city council. As elected officials by the residents of Selma, you should be doing better for our city and you are not. It's been obvious that you're using your position to fight with the mayor and you don't care that you're bringing down our city with you. We don't care about your dislike for him. Your personal feelings should not be brought here and should definitely not affect us, the residents of Selma. Your conduct here in the meetings and now on YouTube videos is unprofessional and just plain embarrassing. The way you and the city manager, excuse me, have handled our public funds raises a red flag and is extremely concerning. Our city is being ran to the ground by the city council and the city manager, who doesn't even live in our city, so couldn't care less about the progress and our future. I want to remind you that it is your responsibility to be better for the city. It is your responsibility to conduct yourselves in a professional manner, and your priority should be the residents of Selma who elected you. You're embarrassing yourselves and our city. Please do better or step down. You are only hurting our city with your conduct and decisions. Thank you.
Anybody else with any comments at this time?
My name is Abraham Sagbini. I'd like to speak about item number G, unless it's gonna be pulled, which I will be talking about it later.
That's on the consent calendar, and if that item is pulled, then you can certainly weigh in when public comment comes on that section.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. Anybody else? Come on up, sir.
Council, my name is Santiago Ceguera, 2209 Thompson, Selma, California. Once again, we forget to greet citizens. So good evening, since you forgot again. First thing is, what are we gonna do for Wednesday and Thursday when it's so hot? Where's our cooling center gonna be? I know Delfina Chavez at the homeless meeting said that she has sent an email to the city manager, city council, whoever she sent it to, and a year ago, and there was no response. It's gonna be 104 and 108, so what are we doing about keeping the homeless safe? That's my first point. The next point, I think in the near future, there should be a public apology given to the young man that was chastised by one of the councilmen when he stood here and exercised his right to speak. I don't think that's cool in any setting, much less in a government setting like this. So think about it, and I think a public apology it should be forthcoming. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Oscara. And just to the city manager, will cooling centers be a topic of the council or the staff report tonight about the heat, or will that be provided to the public in the coming up?
Yeah, we'll be making announcements with regard to the cooling centers.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
Michael Barone, and I live at 2003 Alton in Selma. And I just, at the end of our street, there is a house that was abandoned. It's been burnt, it's been gated, and it continues to be like this. It's been already 4 or 5 years this way. And some of the neighbors have asked, even I think our representative of our area, what is going to happen to this house? Because it's really a detriment. It's right on Wright and Alton. And it's been like for years. And some of the people of the neighborhood have asked our representative, and he hasn't done anything. He hasn't even returned the calls. That's what I've heard from them. So I just wonder, it's an eyesore, and and things like this should be moved on. And I don't know who it's our representative of our area, and I think it's John Trujillo. And I don't know, John, I don't know what you're planning to do, or what you don't get back with the people or the city manager. What is this? It's been for years already. That house has been burned, it's been abandoned and different things. I don't know who's supposed to move on it, but I think it's the city and it's an ordinance that, that property needs to be cleaned up, because it's really a bad eyesore. And it's been cleaned up several times by the neighbors because they've gotten tired of all the trash and grass and everything that's been growing. And that house just stands there still. I know it's things like this, they're abandoned houses and there's trash around the city. And these things need to be addressed, It's like, I don't know whose part is that, the city managers, or whose responsibilities to do that. I just want
Thank you.
let's get back to the people of the neighborhood, because they want to find out what's going to happen to us, because we pay the taxes. We'd like to have a clean neighborhood. Okay.
Thank you.
Brian Ceballos, Selma. I was going over the agenda and I noticed that graffiti is not on the agenda. I know that it was asked to be put on the agenda, and that's a big issue that's going on right now. It's going on Floral, Wright Street, and the Barrio, District 4. So District 4 council member, have you been down there? Because there's been graffiti all over residents' fences, and that's gonna cause a huge problem, because the rival gang will go, God forbid, and do a drive-by shooting to rebel. Somebody can get hurt, somebody can get killed. So I don't know what's going on. You guys You guys are driving this town to the ground, honestly. Public safety is a mess. Homelessness is a mess. Downtown is a mess. What is going on? To quote Lisa Smithcamp, if it sounds like I'm angry, if it sounds like I'm frustrated, yes, I am. We are. The people that are watching, the people on the phone. We're tired of it and we're sick of it. Council members are asking for respect, to be treated like council members. One, if you want respect, give respect. If you want to be treated like a council member, act like a council member. Thank you.
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I began coming to these meetings in January of this year, 2024. I came to find out why my property taxes had gone up almost $1,000. I was told that they had gone up because of an assessment error. I was also told that the city of Selma had to pay $50,000 extra for the county tax to the county tax collector to come out to Selma to look into this error. City of Selma, its citizens of Selma, we had to pay the extra $50,000. I have always been very cautious on paying my taxes on time so that I am not charged a penalty, only to have someone else drop the ball. This error cost us citizens a ton of money. I continue coming to the meetings thereafter, and I often wonder why there was so much indifference up there on council. At times, I couldn't believe that I was witnessing certain council members acting like children, disrespecting, harassing, bullying. I was stunned to say the least. I wish I could have been interviewed for that investigation. I would have told the real truth. A pattern of 3-2 votes on the obvious 5-0. I said to myself, something must have happened prior to attending these meetings, and I was right. This war began amongst council members, and there are 3 council members that took this very personal, and because of that, the citizens of Selma were dragged into it. And we are now the ones that are paying the price, literally. They are deliberately giving our tax dollars out of spite and anger to a certain person. They have amended a contract where no one can intervene with work performance. They had approved a massive amount of income, and these amendments are just the tip of the iceberg. Those 3 council members took a note to serve our city of Selma. Instead, they have taken advantage of their position and used it for their own personal benefit of power and control. They are taking our taxpayer dollars to pay for lawsuits and attorney fees, while they overcharge us for events and taxes, and there is no growth in Selma. If they cared about our city the way they say they do, then why? I ask why? Why are they constantly voting against the obvious things that we need in our city? Why are they making someone else richer while others are struggling to make ends meet? Your intentions were never to serve the city of Selma as good council members. To you, it was just a title. To you, it was never about exceptional services. To you, it was never about donating money to our seniors.
Anybody else with a comment? Do we have anybody online or on the phone?
As a reminder to the callers on Zoom, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue.
Buenas tardes, es Marta y soy residente de aquí de Selma y estoy muy inconforme con la demanda que hizo el señor aquí, ¿verdad? Y todavía quiere que paguemos al abogado y eso no, yo no estoy de acuerdo. Que pague con lo que supuestamente ya le van a dar a él, ¿verdad? Yo no sé cómo van a usar ese dinero y yo no estoy de acuerdo a que suban las taxas. No se está mirando nada aquí en Selma. Nada de cosas buenas. Estoy muy enojada con todo esto que está pasando aquí. Necesitan hacer cambios. ¿Cómo van a seguir pagando los que están pagando renta más alto si quieren subir los impuestos? Las taxas van a pagar más de renta. ¿Quieren que se vayan a la calle también? Soy muy molesta, muy molesta.
Anyone else with a comment at this time? Okay. With that, we will move on to our first special presentation tonight, our only special presentation, which is a Mid-Valley disposal transition update.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, we have the staff and representatives of Mid-Valley Disposal here to make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, council member, staff. Joseph Kalpikoff, President and CEO of Mid-Valley Disposal. Thank you for allowing us the time tonight to come in and kind of overview the transition of solid waste and recycling service providers. It's not something that the city normally does as a regular part of business, but it's obviously something that Mid-Valley Disposal takes seriously, and we have a lot of experience doing it. So tonight, we have a little presentation for you to go over. This transition's taken place over probably the last 7 months. You haven't seen a lot of it, but it's been going on in the background with your staff, from Public Works, from Finance, from City Manager, multiple meetings between our company and your departments. There has a lot of moving parts with the billing, with the operation, the addresses, going out to each business and meeting them and finding out what they need. So tonight I have Isaac Kulkoff, our district manager, who has been the lead on this transition, and he'll kind of walk you guys through some of the details, what you can expect coming up this month, and how we transition into July 1st and moving forward.
Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate that. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, residents of the City of Selma. Thanks for being here tonight. It's a pleasure to be here and present for a first time what's kind of been going on over the last 7 months, as my boss discussed. We're going to start with some introductions. I know we did some introductions about 6, 7 months ago, but we wanted to do that again because there's a lot of people working behind the scenes. These are just a few key players that we have. Under them are layers and layers of support. Like my boss says sometimes, and his father, little ants running around just doing a lot of stuff, right? So I'll start with, obviously Joseph is here, but I want to highlight his son, Harrison Kalpikoff, who's home from college, ASU. Joseph said, put him to work. And so he's been doing some audits in your town and some deliveries and just having fun, learning the business and being a part of the company. And so it's a pleasure to have him. On the list, Alfredo Alvarez is here somewhere. It's a tight group. He's my operations manager. Under him are several route supervisors, lead drivers, all participating in the implementation program and process. Next, Peter Rangel, one of those route supervisors. Peter's been with us for about 6 years now, came over from the city of Ridley. He's been a great addition, and he's spearheading a lot of the boots on the ground, driver training, container delivery, things of that nature. Next up on the list is Thomas Hammond. Thomas is our recycling programs manager. Like I said, lots of layers. So under him are several coordinators and staff talking to your businesses about SB 83, right sizing, container sizing, things of that nature. Again, he's been hitting the ground here for about 7, 8 months now. And then on the list here, one of his supervisors is Juana Vasquez. She's the lead recycling coordinator. Juana actually lives in the City of Selma, so she's got a really, really good boots on the ground knowledge of business, neighborhoods, residents. Sorry, this mic's getting a little scratchy. Change it out. Check. There we go. That's a little bit better. So Juana's in our Kingsburg office, is literally on a daily basis helping us plan what needs to go where. And again, she reports directly to Thomas. We can go to the next slide. So implementation, there's a big schedule in the proposal. That schedule over time gets refined and compressed based on needs and resources. We have been building containers for quite a long time off of Golden State. There's a dockery facility there, about 20,000 containers. They're all built. They've been built for about a month and a half now. All the 96-gallon gray, blue, and recycled containers. They're going to be rolled out soon, the last 2 weeks in June, June 15th through the 28th. So customers are going to be instructed to leave their old carts out on their service day, okay? And then on or after their service day, they will get their new carts delivered and their old carts removed. It's going to be a 2-week process. We understand that it's been a long time since something like this has happened, so we've got a full staff ready to promote that with marketing materials, i.e. a mailer that goes out to every single house. So they'll get it in their post office box or their mailbox. But then we're also just gonna go walk around and do door hangers as well. And every single door is gonna get a hanger that's mimicking this marketing packet here, which also describes an adjusted residential service schedule, 5 days a week, and it gives them instructions on the new cart delivery, the old cart removal, where to place it for service. You know, what happens if I haven't received carts and it's been 2 weeks? It's possible that it happens, right? With 5,200 customers. So they can call into Mid-Valley, or we're also going to have roving patrols out there with route supervisors that are going to address that, right? If they notice that a home hasn't pulled their carts out, their old incumbent carts, we're going to go pull them out for it. We're going to tag their home, excuse me, leave them a flyer, pull those carts out so that they can be removed and they can get a new set of carts. The new set of carts is going to have a pamphlet with it. I'm going to skip forward. If you can skip forward to rollout packets. Apologize for the deal here, but the new set of carts is going to get a rollout packet that's got a ton of information. It's not too much, but it's just enough. Everything is Spanish and English. It's double-sided. It describes, you know, that we're coming soon, July 1. It describes the service deals for residential cart pickup, where to place them, how to place them. Then it has the map, the service schedule, which is a Monday through Friday deal that we mimicked off the existing service schedule. And then also an information guide on what to do, how to call us, bulky item pickup, recycling guide, a lot of information out in there. And that packet will get affixed to the carts. So the resident will be able to take that, pull their carts in, and kind of understand what's going on. There's a QR code, which I think everybody's got a phone these days. You can kind of beep that QR code and it'll take you directly to our website. Our website's going to describe all this information. Additionally, they can also plug in their address where they live and it'll go bing and it'll tell them exactly what their new service day is if it's changed, right? So that's part of the rollout packet. I want to go back again to container removal. Again, June 15th through the 18th, those old containers will be removed. So leave them out. Leave them out on the street on your service day. Our team will pick them up and pull them and remove them, okay? And then you'll have your new set out there. Packets, Spanish and English. Today, we started commercial deliveries. So steel bins, right? Businesses out there, Walmart, 7-Eleven, Circle K's, all the commercial businesses in town, there's about 520 of them. There's a lot of bins. Same thing, we've had all those bins staged, stickered, SB 1383 compliant inside that local facility off of Golden State. We started delivering them today. I'm pretty sure we rolled out about 95 bins to businesses, Panda Express, The Habit, so on and so forth. We're putting the new bins out. We're pulling the old bins. The incumbent hauler is going to service our bins during the transition. All those bins are ready to go. They're good to go. We got a great working relationship with the incumbent hauler. And so that started today. It's going to proceed for about 3 weeks. We plan to be done on or about June 22nd. We've got a family day that day. So that's our internal goal, is to have all those steel containers exchanged by that time in the next 3 weeks. Along with commercial deliveries, in the last 6-7 months, we've done about 431, sorry, Raina, I'm jumping around here. 431 business site visits. So we've actually had people walk into your businesses, Juana, Thomas, plus other staff, and communicate what's happening, when is it happening, what to put in what container, so on and so forth, providing them an instructional packet. We're receiving really fantastic feedback, and it's been a good outreach so far to date. We can go to outreach. Our webpage has also been updated to include the rollout materials, which commercial businesses are receiving and residential customers will be receiving. So all of these periodicals and flyers, they'll be on our website. So any resident, any business owner within the city of Selma can access this information, download a PDF, print it out, so on and so forth. There's a note in here. It's in multiple languages. So Spanish, English, Hmong. We're aware of the fact that people need that resource. Additional outreach. We had a town hall at the Portuguese Hall. It was Mother's Day weekend, which it was kind of just the best fit, but it was a really good event. We had, it says about 40, I think there was about 60 people out there. City staff was out there to help us answer questions. We were able to provide flyer information, countertop. We have the countertop organics containers. There was a lot of good questions, and it's good to be out there to do that. We participated in about 2 or 3 other small events that were kind of town hall-ish, where we were able to answer those questions from customers and just engage and provide a clipboard. If there was things we couldn't answer, they could give us our email address and an address of where they do live and how we can help them going forward. So we had a good town hall event with the outreach. We did this in some other communities. We're just going to blast up our information on the billboard off of Whitson and Floral. Just kind of gives people a heads up, right? It's been a long time since there's been a transition. We're totally aware of that. And I think it's just a good resource in our digital age to have something flash up there. It doesn't tell the whole story, but they can contact us. They can reach out to our customer service department. We'd be happy to answer questions about, again, these dates of rollout, when they're going to get their cart. If they did get a steel bin today and it's maybe the wrong size, it could happen. What size would you like? How can we do that for you going forward? So the billboard is just been cool in a lot of communities. It's really pushed out a lot of good information and provided people a resource on where to go, what do I do, instead of calling the city, right? So ongoing operations, we're currently working with the city. Michael Hahn is a great resource on alley services and adjusting those collections to curbside. We've got some communications packets designed to directly communicate on their doorstep and by mail on that possible transition. Personnel, we've hired 7 drivers. We're going to run 6, but all 6 drivers that are going to start on July 1st are trained or have been moved from other components in our operation. I wanted to have a mix of some veterans that have been around 5-7 years. And so we did that throughout the process with Alfredo, discussing who should go implement this city and provide outstanding service when we're operating through your streets and your byways and picking up your trash. But all the personnel to collect the trash, they're here. They've been ready. They're probably already driving around in pickups with tablets, sequencing routes, identifying, hazards or things that need to be discussed internally so that we can run a good route and provide good services. I already talked about the website. That's the last page. That's kind of all I have tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions. There's a lot of information in here. And again, our whole team's here. There's a lot of layers of support. We've had really good meetings with city staff, about 3 of them over the last 6 months. And we're just communicating those day-to-day kind of issues. There's always going to be issues. We're not perfect, and we're going to solve them day one. And we're looking forward to start picking up the city on July 1. We will be ready. We'll probably be ready a week before. So I'm open to any questions from the council or anybody at all.
Thanks for your presentation. Does council have any questions? Mr. Kulikov?
I have one. On the alley surface, so you want the tubs going in the front of the house? Is that where you're gonna pick it up from?
So again, that's limited to residential only.
Right, that's, I
Um,
know.
There's about 18% of the community that gets picked up in the alley with their plastic residential cart. And we would,
So we should move the old ones out to the curb at the front when you guys are picking up too.
so correct, there will be a marketing package that will finalize, that will go out to those specific residences.
Yeah.
We audited every single one of them, and they'll get a specific mailer in their mailbox and a specific door hanger to their door, letting them know that that service has been adjusted.
Okay.
Again, we're continuing to work with the city on that.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just want to say thank you for, all the logistical components that your team is putting together. You're right, this is a big project and a lot happens in the background, right? People don't understand that or maybe they do understand, but they don't realize the magnitude that it takes to put things forward. You guys have been working for 7 months. There's a lot of things that are happening in the back end that you don't see because there's, like you said, ants are working in the background. And so I really appreciate all your time and your efforts, especially because the AB 1383 has been a very big thing that we've been, out of compliance. And so I'm really excited that this is happening. And so I'm sure everyone's going to be excited to get new trash cans because I know that was a big issue as well. We had a lot of complaints about people's trash cans not being replaced and things like that. And so I think that's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And yes, they're excited as well. We can tell you that.
Couple of comments. One is the commercial. So everybody's going to get what they had before, same size cans that they had before, receptacles.
As far as the commercial bins go, yes, we're running an Apples for Apples campaign. Whatever data we currently have, we're providing that container to that customer. In the event that the customer has a discrepancy and we're able to communicate with them, we're figuring that out on site. Hey, I need this as well. Can you add this? No problem. We're going back with dispatchers, creating those work orders internally and making sure that they're right sized. That right sizing process is going to take obviously another 3 to 4 weeks, but we're going through that right now. And to answer your question, yes, sir.
Just so I understand, for residential customers, they roll out their cans, they get them picked up. When would they leave the old cans out? After they get the new cans?
On their service day. So whatever
After they
their
get the new
regular
cans.
existing service day is, which is set forth, right? They'll leave their old cans out for removal on their service day. Their new carts will be delivered on or after their service day. So they leave them out on their service days.
So the order of operations is you roll out your old cans on your service day and they could be full or empty. And then they'll be taken away, whether they're full or empty, and new cans will be left where they were.
Sorry, yeah, that's a really good question. So it's 2 weeks prior to us taking over services. So the incumbent hauler will still be providing residential services on their regular service day, right? And so as that happens through those 2 weeks, the 15th through the 22nd, those carts get left out to get serviced. Once they're serviced, we will remove the old ones and deliver a new set on or after their service day.
Thank you.
Problem.
Anybody in the public have any questions for the folks from Mid-Valley?
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Michael Barone, and I just want to ask a question. What is the difference in the price now? And I know you're going to offer all these different services, but what is the average customer, residents, what is it going to be the price that we're paying now, on our taxes and so, for the trash service, how much increase is it going to be now? What is going to be the average price?
It's going to be lower for
I-
residents.
For residents?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I've heard it is going to be more. I don't know if it's true, so I just would like to make.
I'll let my boss answer
Okay.
some detailed questions about that.
That's why I'm just wondering.
The rates that will hit the tax roll starting July 1st will be lower than the current rates.
Okay, we just want to make sure
Correct.
that we, as far as the residents of Selma, got a better deal that compared,
They
if
did.
it's going to be, if that's true, then that's.
It's a few dollars. I don't know the exact down to the penny, but it's $2 or $3 less per month. So $36, $40 a year.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Well, that's a great question. Sorry, I didn't have the exact numbers in my head, but I knew that they would be lower. Oh, on top of that, brand new carts.
Bonnie Rowe. Hello? I was just wondering, is that for the mobile home park that's out there in Selma too? Do we pay separate or what's going on with that?
Mobile Home Park, McCall Village,
Yes.
do you pay separate?
So how do they do?
No, you're considered a multifamily development and it's a commercial property. So right now, when we start on July 1st, you will still get built, nothing will change.
It won't go up or down.
No, ma'am.
And we'll get new garbage cans too?
McCall Village does not have personalized garbage cans. They have personal trailer bins that they use. We're currently working with them to figure out a plan going forward on how to be compliant with that SB 1383 and recycling mandates. But July 1, day one, you'll have the same service you did on June 30th.
And it won't be increased.
No, ma'am.
Can you help me with the contamination fee? So for example, I'm constantly watching all my little grandbabies or godbabies and they clean up all the time and they love pizza. So the pizza cart goes into the wrong container. So am I correct? $15 would be charged to my bill additional because it's in the wrong container? Can you help me understand that? And if that's correct, how quickly will that $15 be additional on my Mid-Valley bill? Can you explain that, or am I not understanding that correctly?
So there is a contamination component as part of the state mandate, SB 1383. There is a code, actually, city code for that. Our goal is to train the residents first on where to put each container. The pizza box is probably the hardest one, right? If it has cheese on there, where does it go? Does it go in the cardboard or does it go in the organics? It goes in the organics, goes in the green cart, so we can compost that. These contamination fees are not going to go into place anytime soon. We're going to give a lot of warnings. We have with Thomas and his staff. There's a lot of outreach first, and before we even touch those things, so they're not even in our system yet. We'll put it that way. There's a lot of education. We know that this is not the first community that we rolled out 1383 to, so we understand it. There are some complications to it, and it takes some time. It really does.
Okay, now, gentlemen, I'm over here in the corner. Hey, the question I want to ask is, on all the commercial businesses in the city of Selma, are you providing locks to lock the vents down? Because the reason why I say that, I run 2 operations and we have lockdown facilities on the vents to keep the activity down from what we call divers into the trash.
Yes, sir.
That literally.
Illegal dumping.
You'll provide those locks to the business owners?
We have a locking component in our commercial billing system.
Be charged with it?
There is a fee, okay? We provide the lock and we provide the mechanism. We have 2 different types. There is a locking bar and there's also a gravity locking, which the drivers do not have to get out of the vehicle to dump, and it's safer for residents. It's a gravity locking mechanism, and once it tips, it automatically opens. When it closes, it automatically shuts. We can address those situations on a case-by-case basis. That's why I have Alfredo and Peter and Thomas
Will there be additional costs on these automatic,
No, they're the
Be the
same
same
price in the rate fee, the rate schedule. It's the same price.
okay. So these, operational business owners will have the access to the key to open these, bins?
Yes, they have the option to use their own lock or use a Mid-Valley lock. We provide the lock again. Either way, we allow that to happen. Our driver will open it up, tip the bin, lock it, secure it, and move on for the day.
Thank you.
That's a great question.
Anybody else with any questions at this time from the public?
Jennifer Guerra. My question for those of us that put our trash out in the alley.
Yes, ma'am.
You said we are supposed to start putting it into the front? At the
We're
house-
currently
of
working
those?
with the city to
Okay.
make sure that that's implemented.
I just want to know why, why not going through the alley, continue going that way?
We had a request from the city, and we've noticed that in some of our communities, it is a hazard because of the tight spaces, the overhead wires, the water meters, things of that nature. Also with SB 1383, we have a difficult time identifying whose container belongs to who in those alleys, right? We can label them, but they get mixed up. After 6 months or 3 months, they get mixed up. And so if someone going forward, we were talking about contamination fees earlier, has a pizza box in their trash box or whatever's going on out there, and it gets tagged, we want to make sure we're identifying that specific customer. And that's part of the benefit of the curbside collection service. Great question.
Armando Guerra, to add on to that gentleman's question, is it in the contract that after the first 2 years, you can raise rates on the residential?
I'm pretty sure we have a 2-year rate lock, so that starts July.
After the 2 years, you can raise rates.
Yes, but that rate increase is solely based on the consumer price index, which is averages 3.2, 3.5%. I believe it's capped at, there's a cap in the contract, maybe 5. The worst case scenario, I've never seen a 5 in my life. But yes, after 2 years, there will be general nominal COLA increases to residential and commercial customers.
Okay, thanks for everybody's input. I want to thank Mid-Valley for coming out tonight. This will be definitely a transition, happens once every 10 years. It happened a little more frequently because our last provider morphed into another carrier. So we appreciate everything you're doing to make this transition as seamless as possible. The appointment process was tough. It was difficult. I know it led to litigation and all that bad stuff, but I want to thank Mid-Valley for coming out and explaining what's going to happen tonight in the rollout. And I'm sure customers will have more questions in the future.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My phone is on 24/7. Fernando has it. Some of you have it. I'm here to answer questions. Again, it's a new thing. It's going to be a good thing though, and I'm here to answer questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
With that, we'll move on to our consent calendar tonight. Does anybody have an item on the consent calendar that they would like to pull off tonight?
Yes, I'd like to pull off G.
Item G?
Yes.
Okay, does anybody else have any items they would like to take off the consent calendar tonight? Is there a motion to approve items A through F
I'll make a motion.
and H?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please. Councilmember Trio?
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, item G.
Item G, I'd like to table for a different date, so that we could go back and negotiate, what did I say?
Make some revisions.
Make some revisions to that.
Okay, is there any discussion on this? Before we table it? Any input from the public on this item before the city council takes a vote to table this? That will bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion to table this?
I make a motion to
I'll second.
table.
Hold on, we may have had some input. We bring this back.
Oh.
We had a gentleman that wanted to weigh in on G. This is item G.
Honorable Mayor, member of the council. member of the public, thank you so much for allowing me to talk about this. My name is Abraham Sagbini. I live here in Selma for the last 20 years. And as a resident of Selma, I have a couple of concerns with the item. G, approval of an amendment to city manager employment agreement. By the way, I appreciate all what you guys do. Thank you so much for all your hard work. This is nothing personal. This is just about seeing something that doesn't make sense and trying to address it. There's only amendment to the original agreement. We haven't seen the full agreement as it is on the agenda, and therefore it does not provide a complete and transparent, so the council can make a fully informed decision, as well as providing this information to the general public. Please provide the complete agreement before the council takes an action on this matter. The staff report does not even provide adequate detail, as this is a significant budget item for the city of Selma. The employment agreement addendum reference the 12/6/21 contract of employment as attached herein. However, it's not attached in the agenda and therefore adequate to the council to take action, as well as to not transparent to the general public. An 11-year agreement from 21 to 32. The length of this agreement is unheard of in local government, especially in small to medium-sized cities of the size population of 25,000, approximately 25,000 people. If we check on all Fresno County, what city managers earn and the length of employment contracts, this is unprecedented. I haven't seen it personally. I checked with everybody. On section 3, compensation starts year 27, 28, all the way through 31. We don't know what happened to 21 to 26. Again, lack of transparency for the city council and general public. And this amounts from 27 to 31, this amounts of $1.5 million, for God's sakes. What are the payoff clause on the event the agreement is terminated by either party, the city or the manager, for cause or without cause? The city taxpayers are on the hook for this. It's $1.5 million, gentlemen and ladies. How this is the best interest of the city of Selma and the residents of Selma. We would love to know that. There's definitely a legal battle that's going on that got to where it is right now, but there's a lot of clause that we would like to be transparent. We requested employment contract. We haven't seen any as of yet, and would like this item to be on the side for now, so we can have all the information that we need. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else? We have, come forward, sir.
Michael Barone, and I say the increase of the salary of for here city manager is started at 188,000 in the year. I have the paper right here. Year 2020, 21 to 22, then it goes up to 197,000 next year, then 207,000, and year 23 to 24, $207,000. This is increase, and as it goes and up and up and up, and now another increase. To me, it's I like to see it's also a part of this, and I've never heard that annually the city manager needs to be evaluated. Who evaluates what's being done with this? You know, what accomplishments have been done? What improvements have been done in the city that is worthy of input? More and more and more paying a person. And if you don't, if you look around, and I'm not criticizing, and if has the city been improved more by just and does compensate what the city manager has the improvements of the city and all the way around? Has there been an improvement? If you look around the city, Has it been improved that much, or that we can continue paying, and then another contract for several years of $150,000 a year? Yeah, 150,000, that's quite a bit of money. And if the city gets tied into a contract to that, that I think it's not a good part. You have to, and where is that annual agreement that the evaluation of that person, what on his jobs or whatever he does is being completed? Okay, I just want to ask that question.
Thank you.
Brian Ceballos. So $50,000 cost the city, right, for the tax assessments. How are you going to award somebody like that? That much money? Really? Now you want to take it off the agenda. Why? Because the public is here? Let's be transparent. Let's call it what it is. We can clearly see what's going on here. Come on. We're not dumb. We're the public. We're your boss, like the mayor says. We pay for you guys. Benefits, gas for meetings for at the golf course, by the way, in case anybody didn't know that. So what are we gonna do about it? When this item gets put back on the agenda, I can guarantee you, I'm no fortune teller, it'll be a 3-2 vote. So, with that being said, if you're feeling harassed or bullied, step down, walk away, because that's what I did. I used to work in a hostile environment and I left. I didn't sue. I wanted this. I wanted my peace of mind. I moved on. So you're here and you're milking it. That's not going to be allowed. Not by the public, not by us, not by your boss, because that doesn't get anywhere. It isn't. You go to any job, there's accountability. Where's the accountability here? That's the thing that's missing. You can call it pointing fingers. It's not accountability. You mess up, you get disciplined. You mess up, you get fired. Where's that at? No, that's not what we're gonna do here. Thank you.
Lorena Betancourt, Goldridge Street. As I stated before, your conduct and decisions are truly concerning. I can't understand why a person who made a huge mistake when it came to the tax assessment that cost the city $50,000, then sued the city and was awarded $350,000, is now getting an 11-year contract. That's insane. Most of you are business owners or run a business. Would you do that the same with your personal businesses? If your employee costs you money, do you give them a huge raise and a bonus and guarantee that they're not going to be fired? Or is that only with you when you're handling other people's money? You've talked about meetings and meals at a golf course. Who pays for that? Why are meetings not conducted here? We want to see city expense reports and city credit card reports to see where our taxpayer money is going. How do we get those? Do you get to spend our money on yourselves instead of the city? Why? The lighting in downtown is still not resolved. Why is that? You added a play structure at a park where there's homeless people sleeping. What are you gonna do about that? Landscape in the center divides are not being maintained unless you're ridiculed on Facebook. Businesses don't want to come to Selma because of your representation of Selma. It's embarrassing, and that's how you run your own. And is that how you run your own personal business? That's my question to you. Why isn't a finance manager being hired? It's obvious that one is needed because you continue to throw away our money. Is that why you're delaying the hiring process? You're elected to represent us and to move our city forward. You're moving it back and running it to the ground. It appears that the city manager controls your decisions and gets to sit there and smirking about our concerns with no care in the world because he sure is getting paid well and he can care less how our city looks After 5 o'clock, he's gone to his own city because he doesn't even live here. So again, I remind you, it is your responsibility to do better for the city. It is your responsibility to conduct yourselves in a professional manner. And your priority should be the residents of Selma who elected you. You're embarrassing yourselves and our city. Please do better or step down. You're only hurting our city with your conduct and decisions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone on the phone or online?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue.
Nidia Juarez, Thompson Street here in Selma. I think it's been pretty clear. Thank you guys for tabling this and hopefully making the right decision moving forward. If you guys look around this room, this is who elected you to be up there. So have some respect. Have the decency to at least listen to your constituents. They're the reason you're up there, and you all took an oath to protect the city of Selma and their best interest. And I honestly don't see how extending a contract that's already lengthy an extra 5 years is helping the city at all. One of the council members boast online about how he wants the best for the city and how he wants to make sure that the city's solvent. How is this making the city solvent? How is this making the city solvent when we have to fork out of our pocket $350,000 to pay a settlement and an extra 5-year contract? That's 11 years. 11 years that we cannot get out of a contract because 3 of you decided to approve it. That does not sit well with me, and it doesn't sit well with a lot of people behind me. Make better decisions. You guys are all business owners. You guys know that money has to come from somewhere. And the last thing we want to see is Selma in the red. And I feel like that's coming soon if all of you keep making those decisions up there. And you guys can smirk and you guys can yawn and you guys can do whatever you want. That's not going to make a difference on how the public feels. Okay? We live in this town. We have a pride in being a resident of Selma, but that pride's being taken away by each vote that you guys take to waste our money on nonsense. My question is, why wasn't this lawsuit put through the insurance? Why did we have to pay $37,000 to pay an auditor to come and do this audit when we could have easily put it through the city insurance and just paid a deductible? So now we have to pay $37,000 and on top of that $350,000 for a settlement. That is not okay, you guys, and you need to do better. I know you can do better because you're not running your businesses to the ground. So why are you running the city of Selma to the ground?
Next speaker. Okay, anybody online or on the phone?
Hi, caller, your line is open. Parveen, can you unmute your line?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. As my fellow citizens have mentioned, regarding this contract, multiple errors and blunders have been made and no course of action or recourse has been taken. No disciplinary action, no, anything, nothing has happened, but instead we're rewarding staff for making mistakes, a $50,000 mistake that we had to pay for. That is not acceptable. It is not acceptable to me. It is not acceptable to the citizens of Selma. What kind of precedent are we setting, telling our citizens and our staff, go ahead and make mistakes and we're going to go ahead and reward you with more money and better contracts? So that is not okay. You know, we're publishing agendas with incomplete contracts, missing pages, and yet those contracts are getting approved, and that's happened multiple times. I believe those are also going to Brown Act violations because we're approving things that the public has not seen and it has not been published, we know, for 72 hours. And where is that? That is all under the purview of the city manager. And if his staff is making mistakes, he should be held accountable, and so should his staff. We should not be rewarding individuals for making mistakes. If staff is not knowledgeable, it is the city council's job to make sure that they're knowledgeable. So we definitely need to go ahead and look at these contracts and these staff members to make sure that we have the best people available for the city of Selma. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment? That will bring the matter back to council. Is there any further discussion before we entertain a motion for approval or rejection?
Mr. Mayor, there is a motion on the table. In a second, I motion.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. That will move on to item 1. Did council want to take a break? We're at an hour. We want to take a 5-minute break and then we'll come right back for that. Thank you.
That's right.
Okay, we're going to get started again. And we're going to move forward with item 1 on the regular business agenda item tonight. That is a statement from the city council regarding settlement agreement with the Selma city manager and results of the investigative report of Mayor Scott Robertson's complaint against the city manager Fernando Santillan.
Dear citizens of Selma, we as the Selma City Council would like to take this opportunity to formally apologize to our city manager, Fernando Santillan, for the harassment, attempts at intimidation, and retaliation which have been subject by 2 members of this council, Mayor Scott Robertson and Councilwoman Sarah Guerra. On February 6, 2023, Mayor Scott Robertson submitted a baseless complaint against City Manager Santillan alleging harassment and intimidation. The complaint, which also contained a request by the mayor for compensation in the form of health care benefits until the age of 65 for him and his wife, was rejected by the majority of the council. However, contained in the complaint by the mayor was allegations which were not supported in any way, shape, or form by documented or oral evidence. Furthermore, it was suggested by Councilmember Guerra and Mayor Scott Robertson, both in writing and verbally at the March 6, 2023 City Council meeting, that Mr. Santillan refused to cancel a regularly scheduled City Council meeting on February 6, 2023, to allow attendance at a vigil for City of Selma's police officer, Gonzalo Carrasco. These 2 members of City Council should have known that it would have been improper and illegal for City Manager Santillan to cancel a duly noticed City Council meeting. The City Council wished to apologize to Mr. Santillan for any insinuations that he could have properly canceled the City Council meeting, as he did not have the authority to do so, or that Mr. Santillan refused to cancel the meeting, which is not accurate. Mr. Santillan was advised by the city attorney that he was not permitted to cancel the meeting due to a potential violation of the Brown Act. The City Council meeting in question was subsequently held and adjourned expeditiously to allow attendance at the vigil. Mr. Santillan could not have properly canceled the regularly scheduled meeting and did not engage in any wrongdoing. It is worth noting that Mr. Robertson's written complaint against City Manager Santillan is dated February 6, 2023, the same date as the City Council meeting in question. Lastly, the City Council directed a third-party investigator to review Mr. Santillan's work as a city manager and to investigate the claims against him by Mayor Scott Robertson. The third-party review found that Mr. Santillan has dutifully engaged in his role as a city manager and has appropriately served the community and has not engaged in any unlawful, improper, or otherwise unbecoming behavior. On the other hand, the investigator reviewed substantial video footage from multiple city council meetings and found that Mayor Robertson and Councilmember Guerra's conduct was disruptive and supported this council's view that the mayor engaged in retaliatory and aggressive behavior towards the city manager. Mr. Santillan has served our community during his tenure as a city manager with great honor and dedication. We would like to thank Mr. Santillan for his hard work and professionalism in serving our community. We look forward to continued relationship with Mr. Santillan for years to come as we strive to make our community a better place for all citizens of Selma. The city manager will now read aloud the findings of the investigation to the mayor's complaint against the city manager.
Okay, I'm going to read the findings of the investigation conducted by Hanson Bridget. Factual findings: whether city manager Fernando Santillan engaged in workplace harassment and/or retaliation against City of Selma Mayor Scott Robertson. Mayor Robertson alleged that Mr. Santillan's behavior towards him was harassing and retaliatory and constituted threats of intimidation that interfered with his ability to perform his duties as mayor. Generally, Workplace harassment requires an environment that is hostile, intimidating, offensive, or abusive. Conduct may reach the level of workplace harassment if such behavior is based on a protected classification to which the employee subject to the conduct belongs. To be actionable, generally requires an employee to engage in protected activity. At the outset, Mayor Robertson is not an employee of the city. He is an elected official. Notwithstanding this, in the instant circumstance, Mayor Robertson's complaint only offered conclusions and did not provide any detailed information establishing that Mr. Santillan engaged in harassing and/or retaliatory conduct. The allegations of respect, i.e. that Mr. Santillan failed to respond to an email, that Mr. Santillan failed to address him as mayor in an email, do not amount to instances of harassing or retaliatory conduct. Mayor Robertson did not provide any information in his written complaint or during his public comments on March 6, 2023, or June 19, 2023, that would suggest that Mr. Santillan's conduct towards him was due to any protected classification. Rather, the credible documentary and oral evidence established that Mayor Robertson's frustration with not being in the majority of the city council colored his perception that Mr. Santillan was engaging in misconduct towards him. As a result, the investigator found that the preponderance of the evidence did not support this allegation and it is not sustained. Policy analysis and findings. Whether City Manager Fernando Santillan engaged in conduct that violated City of Selma rules, regulations, or any other applicable regulations governing his conduct as a city employee. Finding. The investigator found that the preponderance of the evidence did not support a finding that Mr. Santillan violated the city's discrimination and sexual harassment policy and complaint procedure. Therefore, this allegation is not sustained. Rationale for finding the city's discrimination and sexual harassment policy and complaint procedure states in relevant part that the city is committed to providing a work environment that is free of discrimination. The policy further provides that no person shall discriminate or be discriminated against on the basis of race, religious creed, color, national origin, ancestry, sex, age, marital status, sexual orientation, physical disability, mental disability, or medical condition. Accordingly, the analysis here is straightforward. Mayor Robertson did not provide any information that he was harassed and/or retaliated by Mr. Santillan due to any protected class status. Rather, his complaint provides that Mr. Santillan retaliated against him as a result of his performance review in December 2022. Mayor Robertson further complained that Mr. Santillan's disrespectful and insubordinate actions was because Mr. Santillan himself intended to lay the foundation for a case against me. That Mr. Santillan made complaints about Mayor Robertson's conduct is not harassment of Mayor Robertson, nor is it a violation of city policies. Number two, whether City Manager Fernando Santillan engaged in harassment, intimidation, or other disruptive behavior in violation of the city's workplace violence policy and procedures. The investigator found that the preponderance of the evidence did not support a finding that Mr. Santillan violated the city's workplace violence policy and procedures. Therefore, this allegation is not sustained. The city's workplace violence policy and procedures provide in relevant part that the city is committed to providing a work environment that is free from violence, threats of violence, harassment, intimidation, or other disruptive behavior. The policy further provides that examples of such behavior include verbal or written statements, gestures, and/or expressions that communicate a direct or indirect threat of physical harm or abuse. The preponderance of the evidence did not establish that Mr. Santillan engaged in harassment, intimidation, or other disruptive behavior that could constitute workplace violence. Rather, the evidence established that the conduct alleged by Mayor Robertson was the result of Mr. Santillan stepping into his role as city manager without seeking approval of Mayor Robertson for personnel decisions within his role. Moreover, statements about Mayor Robertson's own conduct towards Mr. Santillan were stronger pieces of evidence of disruptive behavior. For example, Mayor Robertson being upset enough to lodge a complaint that Mr. Santillan did not refer to him by his formal title in an email, did not respond to one of his emails, and did not collect the mayor's written performance review, or Mr. Santillan was seen as more disruptive behavior to the investigator than any alleged attempt to threaten and intimidate him. Rather, the investigator found that Mayor Robertson's fellow council member statements were more telling of why Mayor Robertson lodged a complaint against Mr. Santillan. Specifically, that Mayor Robertson's complaint was the result of somebody not getting their way, and they had been used to getting their way for many years. I'm the victim. The tension is on me. I'm the victim. I'm being harassed. I'm being pointed out. Almost like a child. I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm taking my toys. I'm going home. Sorry. If the mayor would have attacked me the way he's attacking the city manager, there's been days where I just said I bring a prayer thing because I'm like, I have to hit it sometimes because I just don't understand how the city manager has the ability to just sit there and take it, end quote. Lastly, although Mayor Robertson and Councilmember Guerra refused to cooperate and sit for interview, the investigator reviewed substantial video footage from multiple city council meetings and found that Mayor Robertson and Councilmember Guerra's conduct was consistent with the recollection of the other council members. It was these videos that were the strongest evidence of Mayor Robertson's disruptive conduct and Mr. Santillan's lack thereof. For example, the investigator found that the mayor would interrupt city council members while they were speaking, would personally attack council members or Mr. Santillan in open session, and would allow Mr. Santillan to be personally attacked by members of the public during open session. It was noted that when the mayor would make comments directed at Mr. Santillan, the investigator observed that Mr. Santillan communicated professionally and did not make any comment that could reasonably be perceived as harassing, intimidating, or disruptive. Therefore, this allegation is not sustained.
Okay. That's done. So this is an agenda item. Did council have any comments they would like to make at this time after that long speech? Okay. I do. I will say that I am speaking of the investigation into my claim, not of the settlement agreement with the city manager at this time. As is evident from the release report, the only participants in the investigation are the city manager and council members Trujillo, Mendoza Navarro, and Cho. Much of the input is factually untrue and is based upon communications the investigator did not even witness. Further, although council member Mendoza Navarro was provided with her own attorney in 2021 at an expense of $45,000 to Selma citizens, this council majority declined my request for fair representation and assigned their own investigator, whose report you heard, recommended by council member Mendoza Navarro at the February 21, 2023 council meeting at the 1 hour and 41 minute mark timeline. Around this part, Mendoza Navarro says she wants to minimize public input. Not surprisingly, shortly after this meeting, the 3 city council members voted to remove your second oral communications part of the city council meeting that Mendoza Navarro and the 3 council members find so uncomfortable. It's obvious these 3 do not want to hear the truth, and I call on the city council to open a truly fair evaluation of my claim with a neutral investigator and a legal representative that I have part in selecting who will appropriately represent my interests, not just the interests of the 3 council members. Council doesn't have any other comments at this time.
I have a comment.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not commenting about the settlement agreement with the city manager. I'm going to read my email for the record that I sent to the city manager. This email was sent Thursday, February the 2nd, 2023 at 3:28 p.m. And it clearly states, and I have proof, "Good afternoon, City Manager Fernando. I received information from St. Joseph Catholic Church is holding a vigil prayer service for our fallen officer, Gonzalo Carrasco Jr. on February the 6th at 6:30.
I personally would like to attend the prayer service. Can we reschedule our council meeting on Monday, February the 6th for another day? Please let me know. This is my email for the record. I never requested to cancel a meeting. This is my proof.
Okay, do we have any comments from the public at this time? Anybody like to say anything? Do we have anybody online? I believe Ms. Torres had a comment during the last agenda item, but was not allowed.
I have a comment. Lorena Betancourt, Goldridge Street. This is a joke, right? Like, it's ridiculous. So frustrating and infuriating to hear all of this. Just bullshit. Seriously. Where's our apology by the city manager for all the bullshit he's done? The city manager, Councilmember Trujillo, Councilmember Cho, and Councilmember Navarro. Where is our apology? This is ridiculous. Get your shit together because you guys are, this is kid games. Why are you doing this? You guys are wasting our time. We're here taking time out of our days away from our families to listen to this bullshit.
Stella Romero, Selma, California. I said it once and I'm going to say it again. I'm a witness. I'm a witness that I wish that they would have came to me to investigate. The investigators would have came to me and asked. I have been here since January 2024. I've only missed 2 meetings, but I have seen our mayor harassed, bullied, and disrespected by one particular council member, but other members rolling their eyes. 2 other members rolling their eyes at just disrespecting him. And I don't know what's going on, like I said, but we caught all our citizens here, got caught up in the mix. And that should have just never happened. Because we are the boss. We are the ones that are like here and we need to be respected as well, and we're not. Like Lorena said, you guys are wasting our time coming here, leaving our families or coming home tired from our jobs, and look where we're at, and look what time it is. Really? I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's just, like I said before, this is childish. Instead of being up there doing your job, moving forward, doing for Selma, for our community, what happened? When you were getting voted in, you were running for council people, it was all about helping out the people here in Selma. Once you got up there, you forgot about the people of Selma. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Brian Ceballos. So what happened here? It became cat versus dogs, right? 3 against 2. Why? What happened? Instead of working as a team, we're working as enemies. It started with council first. Now it's become the public versus the council. That's ridiculous. That's a joke compared to other towns, our neighboring cities. This is embarrassing. What's going on? We are here to serve you? No, you're here to serve yourselves. That's what's going on. Thank you.
Well, this is my first meeting, Yulma Martinez, and I just want to say this is embarrassing. This meeting is embarrassing. All of you should be adults and behave as adults and represent the community of Selma. This is just a joke. I am not serious. I'm not kidding. You are supposed to serve the people of Selma and leave your personal agendas home. So I'm just gonna, my main point is to talk to the public, all of the voters. Please vote all of them out, because this is ridiculous. You are not professional, you're not ethical. This is just embarrassing. I am just so angry that you're not behaving as professionals. and you're not behaving, you're playing games with each other, going back and forth. I don't know exactly what happened because this is, like I said, this is my first meeting, but just to hear that all of this is just like, what's going on? All of you need to go out. That's just for all the borders in Selma. Please vote all of them out.
Rose Robertson, let me just give you a little bit of history. When the mayors both ran at one point, there was a postcard sent to many residents in the city of Selma. And on that postcard, at that time, the two candidates, Louis Franco and Scott Robertson, ran for mayor. And on that postcard was, here we go again, an investigation on Scott Robertson. Investigation this, investigation that, on a postcard because he was running. Here we are again running. He just announced he's running for mayor this morning. And Louis Franco is using this investigation, connect the dots, everyone. Why can't you just run a fair race? Why does all this even have to happen? This is just so ridiculous. I mean, I get it. I get that you need the help to get people to vote for you, Louis Franco. But at the end of the day, it shouldn't be costing us taxpayer money for this kind of stuff. This is just ridiculous. Thank you.
Good evening, Erica Cabrera, a Selma resident, and I just am disappointed with the entire council. This has been long going. We know that these issues, not with the current sitting council, we've had similar issues in years past. And I would just hope that members of the community would look at all pieces of information. You know, we have mentioning of city manager not living in Selma, which is accurate. We've had previous city managers that haven't lived in Selma. And it's just very disappointing that people pick and choose what they want to hear. And it's just, we need to have reasonable conversations. We need to be thoughtful in what we are doing. And I think it goes for both sides. We can't say that one side is right in what they do. The votes have been 3-2. In the past, they've been 3-2 the other way. So I just think that if we are going to really move our community forward, we need to have the opportunity where people are willing to work together. And I know that's very difficult, but it's just really sad that one year it's stated one side, the next year it's stated the other side. And it's just a disappointment on both sides. And so I think that the issues that we've seen with the council are not within the last 2 years or 4 years or 6 years or 8 years, probably closer to 12 years, to say the least. So just hope that everyone can work together.
Louis Franco, 1064 Mill Street. I wasn't going to speak, but since my name was previously mentioned by the mayor's wife, I guess I would, because I did and have every intention and am running for mayor, because I want to move our community forward. Because I know in a community our size, we're all always not going to agree. And when we don't agree, it's not the end of the world. You know what? We compromise and we move forward. And you know what? Spending money like this is disappointing to the entire community. All right? Right now, this is the second time this happened. Because
Good point.
back when King Gray, Mayor Robertson voted to give him $200,000 settlement, right? But nobody's mentioning that as a waste of taxpayer money. So
Statement.
I cannot understand why something has to do with council action, why the mayor feels that I'm in charge of council. Believe me, I wish I was in charge of council. But I just say, guys, we got to move forward, right? But don't be mad at the cost. All this extra space of money community is the cause. It's the cause of actions on council. Okay, so look at whether you think highly or don't like the guy, look at the actions and make the choice. If we repeatedly going through city managers, if we're continue to have personnel issues with our city managers, there's a cause for that, okay? Rather than us complaining about the effect, we need to really sit down as a community and do something about the cause. Thank you.
Any more comments?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I have comments, so everybody is entitled to their comment. Again, why are we doing this still? Why are we going around and beating the drum about what happened in the past and how much it's cost the city? I don't know if you guys don't care about 350, but I care. That's not chump change to me. And that's coming out of our pockets somehow. So when our taxes get raised next year, when our property taxes go up because of $50,000 mistake cost us to go to the county and for them to reevaluate our tax roll, that's gonna raise our taxes again. So I do have a problem. And I think it needs to be held accountable, you know? If I was to make that mistake, my employer would fire me. I don't know of any employer that would reward me with an 11-year contract for messing up so bad. But again, it's not me sitting up there making the decision. So I had a lady behind me ask me if I read the investigation. And I did. I did read the investigation and I'm well aware of what was in there. I'm well aware of some of the council people using derogative names against the mayor. So I urge all of you to read that investigation because we're not taking what we want out of it. Everybody's entitled to their opinion and everybody's gonna, if you read it, you're gonna see exactly what happened here. Again, why wasn't this sent through the city insurance? As easy as that, you want an independent party to look at it, go through the insurance. They don't know who you are. They don't care who wins or loses. They're a neutral party. So why not do that? But instead, 3 of you decided to cost the city again, $350,000 for a settlement and $1.5 million extra added for a 5-year contract extension. So I just want you to think about the numbers since some of you quote numbers left and right when you guys are talking about budgets. Think about that number, $1.5 million.
Portland?
Santiago Ceguera, 2209 Thompson. You know, it's very disappointing to go back and forth and hear all this stuff going on. And every time we bring something get brought up, it's costing the citizens more money. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. The day of reckoning is coming. November is just around the corner, and there will be some changes to the city council. And it's not gonna be pretty for some of you. So just so you know, and it's not a threat, it's a promise. Thank you.
Jim Abelo, 1701 Dinuba. I wasn't gonna talk, but you know, enough's enough, guys. You know, I'm gonna give a little history. When I was a mayor at the time, I understand this position of the council, the needs and everything. I have 2 council people step off the podium, attack me, say I did injustice to the city of Selma. And all I did was to protect the city of Selma. I went to a county supervisor meeting and it was an issue on the table that involved Selma. And Selma was never aware of this. And somebody, I would say, did something wrong at the time. It was a city manager at the time. And when I came back, I told him we have to address this issue. And unfortunately, I had 2 council people step off the podium, say they're off the podium as you stand before me, and said I'm citizens. And one individual was Yvette Mantil, and the other individual was Louis Franco. Stepped up and accused me of wrongdoing. And They did the investigation. They must have ran the video 20 times over at the county supervisors. It came back, I did no wrongdoing. I actually protected the city of Selma on an issue that was very important, that would have cost the city of Selma tons of money. I actually protected the city. And I understand the issues up there as council people. But after they told me, they threw stones at me. I'm okay. I'm a big boy. After I got hearing them out, I said, okay, guys, thank you for what you said. Let's get back up here and take care of business. And no hard feelings. I moved on and we took care of business, you know? I don't, and that's why it's gotta be up there, guys. You gotta be thick-skinned. I don't care what department you're in. You gotta be tough. You're gonna take criticism. Life ain't perfect, you know? So that's all I gotta say. But remember, up there, we're here to serve the people. Remember that. Never forget that. Not yourself.
Anybody with any more input? Do we have anybody on the line who'd like to speak?
Caller ending in 299, your line is open.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you speak up, please?
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Just barely.
Hold on.
Can you speak up a bit?
Okay, hold, let me get away from the other phone. I think that's what it is. I apologize. How about now? Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Yolanda Torres, 2266 Mitchell Avenue. I'm just like, I can't even speak. This is so freaking disgusting. I can't even believe it that we're in this situation because people's feelings are freaking hurt. She said this, he said that, nobody's saying hi, nobody's buying my tickets, nobody's coming to my business. Who gives a shit? Deal with it or get the hell out. You people are costing us so much money. And you want to talk about harassment? Let's remember the time that Trujillo harassed me in city council in front of everybody and live, threatening to come to my business over and over, pumping his chest, threatening me when I'm telling him that, no, I will sit and meet with him in a private matter. And he kept insisting he was going to come to my place of business and interrupt me. No, it got so bad that Chief Gomez at the time called me to give me police protection to attend the meeting with him. I didn't want to do that. I don't need to take an officer off the street. Our city needs that officer. I had my husband to protect me, but 30 minutes after our meeting was supposed to be met, he cancels the meeting. That's what harassment is, not this he said, she said, hurt my feelings kind of crap. Suck it up or get the hell out. You people are costing us so much freaking money. We can't do anything for our city. We can't do anything for our citizens. We surely can't do anything for our children who are born and raised in this community. And we need something for the future. And Franco, please stop bringing up shit that's 2016. Nobody
Just
wants
not
to
use
hear
the swear
that.
words.
And I'm sorry. I'm pissed off. I've been on the phone since the beginning. Reina hasn't put me in since the beginning. So I'm sorry. I'm a little upset. I was in that investigation. I was personally named in that investigation. Nobody contacted me to ask me my side. Nobody looked at my video when I was harassed in city council meeting. So this is crazy. I want another investigation. The community deserves it. And this needs to stop. Seriously, this needs to stop. I'm sorry I'm not there personally. I'm home taking care of my grandson, but something has to be done. This community has to come together and stop these thieves from taking from us. I'm done.
Thank you. As the city clerk mentioned earlier, let's just watch the use of swear words, which is protected by the First Amendment. However, it does offend some folks' sensibilities. Do we have anyone else who would like to make a comment at this time?
As a reminder to the callers calling in, please use your raise your hand feature and we will select you from the meeting queue. You would need to use, those calling in would need to use *9. Those calling in would need to use *9. Hi, caller ending in 286. Your line is open. In order to unmute your call, you need to use *6. Hi, caller. Can you state your name?
Andy Gonzalez.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah, I was just sitting here listening to all this, and it's really hard to believe that it's gotten to this point where we're going to award a city manager $350,000, and it's all not transparent. It's all behind closed doors they're making these deals. And there's something called the Brown Act that was enacted in 1953. You can't do that. It's not legal. It's not ethical. And I don't understand why the city attorney doesn't say, hey, we can't be doing these things behind closed doors. When you're talking this much money, taxpayer money, it has to be open to the public. And you got to make them aware it's going to be open. So that's all I got to say. This is all crazy. It's you know, and I feel for Scott and I feel for Sarah. They're trying their best. And that's all I got to say.
Do you have a comment? You can come on.
My name is Anita Gonzalez. It's ridiculous what's going on here. 3 against 2. You know what, Scott and Sarah, you guys are doing a good job. And I came to the mayor, no, to the, what's his name, Fernando, about my granddaughter about a year or 2 years for us to get bumpers. And it seemed you guys, 3, John Trujillo, I don't know, your Chose and Melinda. I wanted bumpers and you guys, like it went through one ear to another ear. Sarah and Scott, they care. You guys don't care about our kids. Look at about a month later, somebody else died right there because they were going fast. You guys don't care about our kids? It seems like you guys are in a war and you guys should be all together. Greedy. You know, yes, we'll vote for this. No, it's 3 against 2. Come on. I got off work. I'm tired. I came over here to hear you guys. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. You guys, and him getting all this money, all this could go for bumpers for the school and have our town.
You can address the
nice.
council,
Oh,
Ms. Gonzalez.
huh?
Can you address the council? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Look at how our town looks. Go to Reedy. Look at how beautiful that looks. So when I went over there, where's our money going? To him? For harassing?
You could just look at me. Thank you.
This is ridiculous. 3 people voted to him to get that money and 2 didn't want that. This is ridiculous. You know what? God is watching you guys for voting that. Oh, do a smile like that. That's ridiculous. You guys should all 3 get voted out and these 2 should keep. Scott and Sarah, you guys are doing a good job. I'm proud of you guys.
Any other comments at this time? Do we have anybody on the phone or online?
Harveen Sandu, Country Club Lane. Why are we paying thousands of dollars every single year to insurance premiums if we're not going to be utilizing the insurance? Why are we not pushing these cases through the insurance? And why are we now paying $350,000 out of taxpayer money when it could have been pushed through that? That is a misuse of funds, a misuse of resources, and this definitely needs to be audited and investigated.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. This is not a voting item. This is discussion item. And that will move on to,
Mayor,
I have a statement
ahead.
after you.
No, go ahead.
Councilmember. Okay. So I do have a prepared statement, and bear with me, please. It's a little lengthy, but I think it's worth it.
okay. Go ahead and proceed, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to address you and the public on the matter, which is of great significance to my personal integrity and professionalism. On February 6, 2023, Mayor Scott Robertson submitted a complaint and claim against me in the City of Selma on the basis that I, in my capacity as city manager, was attempting to harass and intimidate him. This council commendably took the matter seriously and decided as a body to investigate the matter just as you would any other allegation of this type. The council hired a reputable, competent, and neutral third party to conduct a thorough investigation and allowed the process to play out without interference. Thank you for your commitment to the professional and coherent handling of this matter. As the city attorney has just made clear by her reading of the summary of the investigative report, the mayor's allegations of harassment and intimidation by me were not supported. The culture in the City of Selma is changing for the better, and with that change and progress comes pushback sometimes from those who wish to maintain the status quo because the status quo serves a personal agenda better. Whatever the agenda is, I am a firm believer that the truth will always prevail, and that my job is not to try to convince anyone of my positive contributions, but rather to allow my actions and the results of my actions to speak for themselves. I know that the work that my team and I do every day matters, and that it is worth doing even in the face of opposition, retaliation, intimidation, and negativity. As government administrators, my staff and I know that doing good things for the community is not always easy, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. In the last 2.5 years since I became city manager, I have had the honor and the privilege to lead our hardworking and dedicated city staff to great accomplishments. Last week, we had a groundbreaking for a beautiful new playground at Brentlinger Park, which has already attracted many families from the neighborhood to visit. This Wednesday, we will be breaking ground on the Amberwood Sewer Trunk Line, which will allow the construction of over 3,500 beautiful new homes over the next 6 to 10 years. This project has been talked about for a decade and a half, and now it is becoming a reality. 2 weekends ago, we had a fantastic downtown strategic plan workshop that energized our efforts to make downtown Selma a place where people want to visit and spend time in. In the next few weeks, we will be breaking ground on the Clarkson Lift Station, which will allow the planned construction of over 1,000 residential units on the west side of Selma. The Clarkson Lift Station has been in need of upgrades for almost 10 years, but it is now getting done because of the technical expertise and hard work of our city staff. In the next month, we will be awarding a contract for the design of a brand new fire station. We are also in the process of designing a 10-acre park on Thompson Avenue that will include 2 soccer fields and a splash pad, and maybe some pickleball courts. The city was awarded in the last couple of years $3 million to complete a bike trail over the canal between Park and Saginaw Streets ending at Thompson Avenue. We were also awarded $3 million from Caltrans to beautify 2nd Street, beginning at the 99 off-ramp and leading into downtown Selma, and work on that design process will start soon. We have fully staffed our police department and are taking guns off the street almost on a daily basis. We overhauled the animal shelter and ensured that the staff operating the shelter are experienced professionals with administrative competence in order to ensure legal and financial compliance, as well as ensuring public safety. Plans are in the works for improvements at Pioneer Village, including a final conceptual plan, which includes more parking, a banquet hall, and new restrooms. Previously neglected buildings, such as the Salazar Center, are being restored and upgraded as we speak so that children and seniors can ensure safe, modern facilities. We have ensured that our employees are paid competitively through a compensation study which had not previously been completed in at least 10 years, so that we are now able to recruit the most talented public servants. At the same time, we now offer better benefits and more in-network medical providers at a lower cost, potentially saving the city millions of dollars over the next several years and reducing out-of-pocket expenses for our employees. We have overhauled our fleet program to ensure that we are able to procure public safety vehicles when we need them, while at the same time reducing our maintenance and operation costs. We have implemented and will continue to implement technological improvements to our development services department, budgeting and finance functions, human resources processes, and payroll. Our general fund balance has grown from about $13 million in 2021 to nearly $16 million currently. That's our reserve, even after accounting for all of the projects, activities, and investments made over the last 2 years, which speaks to the financial management and the fiscal restraint that the city staff have shown over the last several years. The list of accomplishments goes on, but suffice it to say that City of Selma staff, myself included, work tirelessly every day to ensure that this community is moving forward. Even when not all the council is behind us, we push on. To that point, I would like to say thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Cho, to Councilwoman Mendoza Navarro, and to Councilman Trujillo. Thank you for supporting the efforts of your city staff, for trusting us to do our jobs well and with professionalism, and for your commitment to the improvement of this city. You are true public servants who really want what is best for the community, and you stand firm in your convictions for the betterment of this city, even in the face of personal attacks, insults, and false narratives. At a time when city managers in neighboring cities are resigning because of a lack of support from their city council members, the three of you have acted to ensure continuity and progress for Selma by supporting city staff and making sure that we can operate in an environment free from undue hostility, intimidation, and harassment. You continue to protect the interests of the city and have laid the foundation for future growth. For this, I thank you. Finally, thank you to the residents of Selma for your continued support, engagement, and feedback. In every community, there is a vocal minority, but rest assured that my team and I work every day so that all residents benefit from our work. Our focus is on understanding and meeting the diverse needs of every part of the Selma population, regardless of whether you come to city council meetings or not, or whether you are active on Facebook or not. This is the essence of public service and public administration, and I look forward to continuing to serve all of you in the years to come. Thank you.
Do we have any other statements from council members?
I wasn't gonna say anything, but I feel like I have to since a couple of people talked already. So when I decided to run for this seat, I did it because I was tired of seeing my city stagnant. Where I worked, I saw all the other communities in the area that were building housing, that they were doing things, for the community. And I said, why can't we do that? Why can't we move forward? So I decided to run. And I did a little bit of research, and just in my brief research that I did, because everything's on the internet, everything we have as far as all council meetings, the progress that we've done, it's all on our website. And just in the last 12 years, I counted that we have 8 city managers that we went through in the last 12 years. Some of those were interims, some of those were sadly arrested at this dais because of other things that were going on. But I did my homework and I continue to do my homework, and I do care for you, for every single citizen that's sitting here. I have a full-time job. I am a grandmother. I am a mom. I'm a wife. And above that, I serve my church, and I make time every single day to make sure that I'm kept abreast of what's happening in the city. And I feel that we've done so much progress in the last 4 years, regardless of what people think. Not no one that has bashed me on social media has ever contacted me to say, hey, can I have a conversation with you? Some people have my personal phone numbers. Some people know my emails. They know where I live. They can come and ask me these questions. I will gladly answer those. So, and as far as, having thick skin, if you don't recall, I went through so much bashing since I got onto this seat. And yes, there might have been some money spent that had nothing to do with me personally, that had something to do with someone else's personal agenda. This is just something that we needed to do as a city, as a council, to protect our city. I don't know if you're familiar, but the city of Fowler just had their city manager resign. And I'm sure that she's not just getting $350,000. I'm sure she's getting a lot more money for her council not protecting her against a harassment claim. And, you can, again, you can believe me, you cannot believe me, whatever you want to do. At the end of the day, I know where my heart is, and I know the city that I serve, and I know the citizens that I care about. Again, I don't have to be here every single meeting. I don't have to, I have my life too, but I chose to be in this seat. I chose to run because I care for my community. I care for my grandchildren's future. For every single person that's here, I care for the community. And again, I wasn't going to say anything, but I felt in my heart that I needed to say what I needed to say because it needs to be said. Again, 8 different city managers in the last 12 years that have not lasted very long. If you want to do the math, how much money did this cost us with lack of growth? People are talking about we don't have a Costco. Why? Because we didn't have the stability that we're trying to, get right now with the staff that we have, the very qualified staff that we have. And they're moving the city forward, and they have my support 100% because I know at the end of the day, it's for the citizens. They do all of this for the citizens. So again, you have my personal phone number, you know where I live, you know my email. I would love to have a conversation, to sit down. And besides that, there's things in the report that came out that now are subject to other things. So if you want to do a records request act on an email that was sent, like say it, on December 17th December 16th to myself, December 17th to the, to previous city manager about my very first meeting that I had here as city council. And let me tell you, you guys think you guys are disappointed. You don't know the disappointment that I had when I first walked into this meeting. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Council and the citizens, before we get on to your work, our next agenda item, just one quick one. I've been very careful tonight about how I've spoken, and I think you can tell, and these are very, very smart people we have in our community. They can interpret what's not said as much as what is said, and I think you notice the 2 Selma PD officers tonight. There may have been some intimidation today that I received, and I won't go any further on that, but we do have 2 Selma PD officers, don't know why, and did get a very strongly worded email from the Selma City Attorney, which I'm doing my very best to respect. And with that,
Mr. Mayor,
we will move on to.
Mr. Mayor, I have something to say.
Oh, okay.
So, just really quick, I've noted down all the concerns a lot of citizens have written down, and I appreciate the fact that a lot of people are asking for an outside independent agency investigation. If you stick around a little longer, I'm going to be proposing for three agenda items to be put on the agenda. I also do not have social media, and I've seen my business plastered all over social media that I was rewarded. My building being I guess beautified because I vote for the city manager. I'm not here to talk about gossips, but I'm going to set the record straight with asking our city council to send everything that's here to the district attorney's integrity unit. We have the
Great
right
idea,
to do
Councilman.
that, and we will be doing that, but I want to I want to back this up that we individually have families also. And we individually have people in our families, and we have workers that work for us. So when you pick the phone up and call our office and attack us or send us, when you send us letters with no name on it, and it's attacking, and it does hit our family, it hits us personally. So I just would request that if you really hate me, just vote. Just vote, rather than go back and attack us personally, because, you know, we're still in the public. We have employees, and we do things, and we do it out of our heart when we talk to people, and we're doing our own to help our community. But at the same time, I would rather ask you to express yourself respectfully by going and you know what? To every individual that's in my district, I would love to sit down and talk to you individually and ask me those questions. Instead of going and picking somebody else's impression or information that they give you. Ask me. Come and talk to me like a human being, respectfully. Sit down, break bread, talk. Because you know what? I may have a different opinion of how you look at Selma, but I love Selma too. And I think I've shown it. There's a lot of you here that have eaten out of Max's. There's a lot of you that come to my tax office. And you know what? I'm here for the goodness of our community. I'm not here to talk about anybody else. I'm only here to talk about my business, what my business is, and the people I employ, and what I have as a heart to give to my community. So rather than attack my family, rather than call me and hide behind a phone or hide behind social media or hide behind something else, understand I have family members, and call me and say, let's talk about this. You may not agree, but still we broke bread, we talked, and we walked out together saying, hey, at least he listened to me. I don't even have that, I don't even get that respect. It's one-sided right now. It's the social media, real news around Selma, news around Selma. There's I don't know because I have no social media, but I do know this. Don't you think I have the opportunity to sit and talk to somebody that's against what I'm thinking and what I'm saying? Or at least give me the opportunity to explain myself as to what occurred, and what's factual. So I'm not here I'm not gonna attack anybody. I'm not here for that. Right now, what I'm here for is to listen to you and to come back and to go back and sit down and say, hey, I want these things on the agenda. But I ask you right now, if you're gonna attack me personally, or you're gonna attack my family members, or you're gonna attack my employees, come and call me. If you want to, we'll get a police officer. We'll do something where you can feel comfortable. Ask me the questions. I would ask you respectfully to do that before you go and you pick the phone up and call my office or call other people and tell them things that it's untrue. I say that because it really has hit. And I've been here for a while. I was here when we built the police station, and there was 200 people here and they were attacking us. But everybody loves the police station now. But I want you guys to know that out of the bottom of my heart, I'm asking for you, anybody that wants to attack me, let's talk. Ask me the questions. Let's sit down, break bread, and talk. Thank you.
Anybody else with any input at this time? Okay, with that, we'll move on to do the people's business in our next agenda item. Thank you, everyone, for coming out, and thank you very much for your input. Much appreciated. Item 2, which is a consideration of an ordinance establishing mobile home rent stabilization for the city of Selma. This is the introduction and first reading.
Evening, council. We have a short presentation to kind of give the highlights regarding the draft mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. I know there were some comments received that I'll try and address. I reviewed some of the materials that were provided, I think, to council right before the meeting in writing from some community members. So during my presentation, I'll try to expand a little bit on the subject matter in hopes that I address maybe some of the concerns from the community. So next slide, please. So in December 2023, Selma residents, many of which are with us this evening, expressed concern regarding local and state or lack thereof regulations limiting rents at mobile home parks. In February 2024, City Council directed staff to begin drafting a mobile home rent stabilization ordinance that took into account maybe some of the considerations and comments that were presented at that both December 2023 and that meeting where direction was given. Next slide, please. So currently, the state laws do not regulate. They regulate rent at multifamily and apartment complexes, but not necessarily mobile home parks. Mobile home park residents have unique issues that many renters at apartments and other duplex and complex don't really run into. That they own the mobile home, but they don't own the space. And so they run into issues with relocation at a significant cost in the event that rents are too high or they're just raised beyond their means, right? Because they typically are on fixed income or of an income level that does not allow them the flexibility or the freedom to just pick up and relocate when rent is too high. So usually those costs are very cost prohibitive. And can actually damage their mobile home in the event that it is moved. So the issue before us is to and that was the direction that was given to staff was how do we look into this issue and craft an ordinance that maybe helps resolve this issue for this special class of residents. Next slide, please. So staff researched local and statewide mobile home rent stabilization ordinances to kind of get an understanding of how they're administered throughout the state. That included reviewing regulations of the rent limits, what are done maybe regionally, locally, statewide. Staff met with both resident and park owner representation to kind of get both sides of the story, so to speak, in terms of how rents are administered or viewed from the tenant point of view. And then staff reviewed all this information that had been provided in writing, orally, what have you, during various meetings to craft an ordinance through consultation with the city attorney's office that resembles, we believe, a fair application of what the eventual goal was, which was to stabilize rents in mobile home parks and provide some transparency with regard to what should be limited in terms of a portion of the rent and what is kind of outside the control of the park owners. So next slide, please. So in the draft ordinance, so I'm going into kind of a summary of how staff crafted the draft ordinance. Rent has two basic components. You have base rent, which are basic admin, overheads, staffing, salary costs to run the facility, right? You have capital replacement costs, which are annual maintenance costs for replacement of light bulbs, sprinklers, and other commonly used facilities that have certain maintenance life that have to be replaced in order to provide a base level of service to the residents. And then you have capital improvements, which are more enhancements to the park, additions to the park that maybe were not there when a renter signed their lease, that the park owner may want to add as an amenity to residents, right? And as part of that, general replacement and maintenance costs are typically an ongoing cost. From a city point of view, we budget those type of things as part of LLMDs or other assessment districts to ensure that we're accounting for some amount of money so that we can do replacements and we don't have to forego, preventative maintenance on items or replacements that create issues of public safety to residents. But in terms of capital improvements to a park, the draft ordinance includes a 50% approval of the existing tenants before that that improvement could really be levied as part of base rent, right? So as part of base rent, really what we're looking at is a component of items for running the park from an administrative side, general maintenance side, and then in addition, if there's approval of the existing tenants for additional improvements to the park, because let's remember, amenities maybe are luxury items or enhancements to the park for the existing residents, like something else at the park in a mobile home park or some sort of facility like a swimming pool, what have you, but it enhances the value of the property for the owner as well. So there should be some common ground and agreeance on both sides that this is what I'm going to do. Will we agree to pay for it, or at least some sort of discussion so there can be concurrence on both sides that that's an improvement that's worth making. And then you have space rent. And so staff wanted to make sure people were clear on the two terms as they're defined in the ordinance. Space rent includes that first component of base rent, which are those items which will be limited by the proposed rates, CPI, and limited percentage increase. But there's other things that the park owner has to take into account that maybe are outside their control in terms of rising costs, utility costs from PG&E that they don't control, other taxes and assessments that are voted in by the residents for enhancements to the community, school bonds, what have you. Those type of things are levied on the property that the owner has no control over. Other charges, we talked about solid waste tonight. That type of cost that goes to the park should be itemized and disclosed to the tenants of what the cost is collectively and how it's divided. But at the end of the day, if it goes up, they have to pay that cost to provide that service at the facility. So they don't necessarily control that cost. It's what we call a pass-through cost to the tenants. But again, the disclosure and transparency portion of these type of costs should be disclosed to the tenants as well. Any amount paid for use of occupancy of the mobile home unit usually is disclosed, I think, in the rental agreement of what that cost, because not everybody owns the mobile home. Some people may rent it as well, right? And so they can disclose what the cost is to maintain that mobile home. Well, let me finish.
There'll be chance for public input, definitely.
I understand that this may not be what is currently occurring. What we're disclosing is what will be occurring as part of the new ordinance, right? That this is the type of information that needs to be disclosed to the tenants as part of the ordinance update. Space rent also includes maybe other charges that are outside of the control of the park owner. So you have base rent, which is the portion that will be limited increase, and then other items that are beyond the control that comprises base rent and these additional items. Next slide, please. So base rent, as I just stated, is the only portion that is subject to the increases identified in the draft ordinance. It'll be 80%, it is proposed to be 80% of the consumer price index of the Western region. So it's more localized than the statewide average because California may have different factors that affect inflation than other parts of the country. Or 5% maximum, whichever is less. So if CPI is 2%, that would be the proposed increase limit that the owner could do. If CPI is 9%, 5% would be the increase limit that would be allowed. So there are safeguards in place that don't just simply allow a park owner to raise rents to 5% a year to maximize profits. There are various metrics in place that it would dictate that the rents would be lower if in fact inflation was lower. Every year as part of the annual increase, there's a notification requirement in the ordinance. The increase is limited to one time per year. There's a 90-day written notice to tenants of the proposed increase. And then that increase is the same day every year. So whenever that first increase is established, every year subsequent to that, you will know that the increase can only occur on that date. So you can plan accordingly to discuss it with management. You can plan accordingly and review information of what you know the CPI in the Western region is, so you're prepared for that increase if it's going to be the 5% or something lower. Next slide, please. Increases for the capital improvement projects, which is that portion of base rent we talked about. staff wanted to make it clear that these items need to be approved in advance by the tenants on their rental bill. The disclosure, the discussion, and the transparency is what we felt was most important so that residents knew what they were getting at their park, what they would be paying for. So as part of the draft ordinance, we have a 60-day notice to tenants for any capital improvement that's going to be levied on their rental bill. It has to include the recovery costs of materials, labor, the actual construction, any interest from a loan, and any permit fees that are being encumbered as part of that improvement. As I stated, through consultation and negotiations with the tenants, it requires 50% approval in writing of the tenants before that improvement could be levied on your bill. And then these type of improvements, when it's paid off, there should be some sort of expiration or amortization date of when that improvement and cost would fall off your bill as well. So if they pay, 5 years of financing to do it, there should be a date that it drops off. It doesn't just become a line item in the bill in perpetuity. It becomes an item that once it's bought and paid for, it drops off your bill. Slide, please. So we also included in the draft ordinance a provision for protesting increases for residents. And it would be a petition process. As we stated, you have to get 90 days notice of a proposed increase. The petition would need to be submitted to the city 60 days before the proposed increase goes into effect. That provision for 60 days is to allow staff enough time to review all the evidence provided, schedule the hearing before the city council, and present that item at a public hearing. The petition does require 50% or more of the tenant's signatures in support of that petition for it to be a completed and approved petition that would go forward and be considered by the city council. When a petition is received, as we stated, it allows both the tenants and the owners to state their view of the proposed increase. They can provide oral or documentary evidence of why they feel that increase is just or unjust. The standards of review for a proposed increase are clearly delineated in the draft ordinance of what the council can consider in that proposed increase. And that decision is considered final after that hearing, after which legal action can be taken by either party with regard to that increase. It's a fairly straightforward ordinance. As far as an ordinance that contains a lot of information and has a lot of material that affects a specific subject, we feel that it's very concise and clear how it is administered. Staff also drafted this ordinance in order to limit the amount of administration and oversight that's required by staff, as we would respond by providing information to the mobile home parks, but typically speaking, we would respond and provide oversight as we receive petitions. There were some comments and there's some exclusions to the draft mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. One of those is if a mobile home park enters into an MOU with the city. I like to say that was through discussions with, park ownership, Western region representation. However, we made it clear that if a MOU is entered into, it has to have at least the same provisions for rent stabilization in terms of increase or better. And so there needs to be some give and take with what the residents receive before the city should consider entering into an MOU. That type of document is an agreement. And as I think one of the letters states, it takes maybe months to negotiate, and that's why we need the oversight of the ordinance. We could sit here for months and negotiate an MOU, and there would still be no oversight for rent stabilization. And at the end of the day, we may not even agree. And so an MOU is an agreement that has to meet certain provisions and still uphold the intent of the ordinance at the end of the day. So with that, staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Bring this back to council. Does council have any questions for the deputy city manager at this time before we open up to the public? Hearing none, we will open up the public. Who would like to kick off public input tonight? I know we've received a lot of communications. There are some definitely a lot of issues here.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. My name is Jim Jackson. I'm from McCall Village Mobile Home Park. I would just like to read, if you'd allow me to read the purpose of the rent stabilization.
Yep.
So all these people here will understand what we're here for. I want to say thank you guys for being here tonight.
Hey, absolutely.
I know I gotta hurry. Listen, folks, the purpose of rent stabilization ordinance is to prevent, I like that word, prevent excessive rent increases and exploitation of the city's current mobile home inventory while maintaining the opportunity for mobile home park owners to receive a fair, I like that word fair, and reasonable return on their investment. The city's research identified the difficulties senior residents have in making increased payments while being on a fixed income. We are on a fixed income, and I'm so thankful that we are looking forward to affordable housing as far as mobile home parks. And the lack of disclosure or justification for mobile home rent increases and the establishment rent stabilization ordinance to other comparable jurisdictions have implemented, the city council finds and declares it necessary to protect the owners and occupiers of mobile homes from unreasonable, I like that word, unreasonable rent increases, while at the same time recognizing the need for mobile home park owners to receive a fair, I like that word, fair return on their investment, and rental increases sufficient to cover the increased cost of repairs, maintenance, insurance, upkeep, and additional amenities. Okay, I got 1 minute left.
You got plenty of time.
If you'll turn over, I have one question for Jerome. Consumer Price Index means all items of the Western region. What is the Western region? Does that include the Fresno and the local towns? Is that what I'm concerned about? So it does include Fresno, the local areas. That was my question. One more implement here. On permitted base rent increases or adjustments, any base rent increases proposed to take effect on or after the effective date of the ordinance codified in this chapter shall be subject to this chapter. Base rent may be increased to an amount of equal to the rent affected that current year, adjusted by 80% of the increase and the percentage increase in the consumer price index. West region, is that the same as Western? Just a word play on words, okay. Western region CPI of that year or by 5%, whichever is less. We would like to see 75%.
Thanks,
and
Mr.
3%.
Jackson. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to stand up and carry the baton?
I'm Yvonne Vbeck. I'm the vice president of our local chapter of GSMO Isle. We have 113 members in McCall Village. During the draft ordinance process, the MOU was brought up as an alternative process to rent stabilization. This process is not acceptable to us as it will not offer safeguards during negotiations with the owner-manager. Our owner has a track record of turning down every item we bring to him. With an MOU, negotiation can drag on for a lengthy time, allowing the matters to never be solved. Relying solely on entering into an MOU with mobile home park operators is not a fully reliable solution to stabilized rent. We strongly need a rent stabilization ordinance to protect the current and future residents of the mobile home park. We'd like to clarify between capital improvements and the day-to-day infrastructure of maintaining a park. Rents are supposed to take care of running costs. Rents here are renters, excuse me, residents here are tired of being levied a rent increase with no disclosure of the reason or visible improvements and upkeep to our park. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment?
Hi, Teresa Salas, 1701 Dinuba Avenue. I am the current president of the GSMOL, which is the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League in our park. I have been living in the park for 4 years. When I moved in, my space rent was $525. And in 4 years, it's gone up $100. That's $25 a year. This last year, this raise that the increase that we just received in April of this year was the smallest raise that we have had, and it was only $10. And we were told that he did his calculations using the CPI this year. He had never done that in the past, or the owner had never done that in the past. But as we formed our group and we became more vocal and we were giving him information and letting him know, things that were approved by the state that he could and could not do in the park, things came to light. As far as the base rent and the space rent, we have absolutely no idea what the cost is to run that park. All of that information is completely kept from us. Everybody likes to use that word transparency. There's absolutely no transparency at our park. We do not know what the trash costs, what the sewer costs, what the water costs. We are just told we're giving you an increase because the taxes went up, because the sewer went up, because this went up. We don't know how much they went up. We absolutely don't, to give us a gauge to say, this is why it went up, because the trash company went up $500, so it's going to be spread out through all of the residents. That makes sense. But when we aren't given that information, we have no way of saying, okay, that's fair or that's not fair. With the rent stabilization, it puts those parameters in place for us to protect us. We are in a senior park, 55 years or older, and we are all, the majority of us are retired. We're on fixed incomes. I have spoken to the council before a couple of years ago. I got a 7% increase in my Social Security, and the rent increase went up 6%. I got no raise because my whole raise went to my space rent. So we are asking for safeguards for us so that that rent doesn't come out to more than what I can afford. I own my mobile home, but if I can't rent the land for something that is agreeable or easy for me to do, I can't stay there. Or where am I going to go? I don't have the income to buy a $400,000 house now because houses are ridiculous. I've looked around at rents in our community here in Selma.
Thanks for your input. Appreciate it, Ms. Salas.
Good evening. Sandy Nicewander, 1701 Dinuba Avenue, Selma. As you have heard, those of us at McCall Village have a difficult time over the years learning basic information as our base rent. That's besides getting clarification on other things concerning our park. Often the verbal rules keep changing depending on which resident the manager is speaking to at any given time. I know that the proposed ordinance before you goes into capital improvements and in capital replacements. Both of these items would fall on the shoulders of the residents. My question is, what doesn't fall under the capital improvements or replacements and would be considered the responsibility of the owner of the village? That isn't spelled out. I know the owners of the village pay property taxes on the land, insurance, and salaries for the 3 individuals working at the park. What other expenses would be considered normal business expenses that the owners of the village should be paying and are not passing on to the residents? Because the rent invoices aren't itemized, We don't have a clue what those other expenses they pay as business expenses that aren't passed on to the residents. There is currently no disclosure or transparency. Yes, disclosure and transparency come up again and again. We would also request that the language be included that the ordinance stays in place with the land, even if the ownership of the mobile home park should change for any reason. We further request that there be no ending date for the ordinance, such as a sunset date. Our rent is currently $625.99 per month. When you multiply that by 218 units, the owners receive $136,465.82 per month. That works out to $1,637,589.84 a year. And please remember that this is a age-restricted community, 55 and older, so the majority of individuals are retired. We are on fixed incomes that don't raise as quickly as inflation does. We appreciate the council and the city working to create and put in place an ordinance for rent stabilization for the mobile home parks within our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment at this time?
Hi, I'm Betty Standridge. I live at McCall Village. We want to thank you for considering and listening to us about the rent ordinance. We really appreciate it a lot, and we appreciate all the work that Jerome and his team has done. But we would like a little bit of tweaking in certain areas. We would like to see the same checks and balances for capital improvements and capital replacements. We would like it to read, all improvements, rehabilitations, or replacements shall have been approved in advance by the majority of the park tenants, and the cost of such items is fully amortized over the useful life of the improvements or replacements. And that is on page 79, section A of the proposed ordinance. Without this language in place, the owner could decide to rebuild the pool, the fence around the park, or install new gates, which would all be considered a capital replacement. The residents would not have to be consulted on these improvements and could result in very costly rent increases. These improvements would add value to the park for the park owners only. Also, on section 55.55A, we would like the language to also include capital replacement there. The park owner may obtain a pass-through of a new capital improvement or capital replacement cost under this section. And you can go on and read that. I don't want to waste all my time reading that whole thing because you have a copy of it. One of the ordinances that we studied explains this language nicely. A capital expense means a repair or replacement of existing facilities or improvements which has an expected life of more than 1 year, in excess of $5,000. Examples of a capital expense are resurfacing existing park roadways or underground pipe systems within the park. An expenditure which would otherwise be characterized as a capital expense, but which is less than $5,000 per year, shall be treated as a maintenance expense rather than a capital expense. We would like this definition to be included in the capital improvements and replacements definition. This park is already built. There will only be capital replacements going forward. There are not going to build any new capital improvements. What are we paying rent for? What are the park owners responsible for? Why do all the repairs come back to the residents? The park owners are taking in over $136,000 per month. This park is paid for. There's no mortgage. Yes, there's insurance and upkeep, which is minimal, but this ordinance should be fair and equitable for the senior residents as well as the owners. Without the inclusive wording of capital improvements, capital replacements, and capital expenses being combined, this is not fair to the residents, and there must be some responsibility to the owners.
Thank you. Additional comments? Come on up. Okay. I think he was just going to make a call. Anybody else like to come up at this time? Anybody on the phone or online? Okay. I think we have a speaker coming up.
Jim, 1701, Dinuba. These people are all seniors. We live in the same park. And like Jim started the presentation, you know, they're on a fixed income. And the key word is in life, the fairness. And I'm glad all the residents that could be here that are healthy showed up. And also one of the owners is here. I'm glad he showed up. That way you can hear the cry of the citizens that live in the park. And all they're looking for is a fairness in the senior park and the rent stabilization. We understand that the owner has to make a profit. We understand that. We totally get that. But at the same time, the owner has to understand that in life, everybody's on fixed incomes. They don't get increases like you know, in life. It's either Social Security or retirement structures, but they're fixed. You know, when you get older, you know, you don't want to stress out the seniors because as you get older, you end up going to the doctor more, unfortunately. With these rent controls, helps the senior stress level go down. You don't kill the senior. You make them live long and prosper. You want to retire and live a happy life, they always say. But when you do rent increases, he has to pick and choose. Am I going to take my medicine today, pay for this, or cut my food down and starve, or I pay the rent? And I don't want Joe to get mad at me or some owner to get mad at me. So the idea is down the bottom line, guys, the fairness in the community for the seniors. And also, we got to be the fairness on the table for the owner as well. And these rate increases they're asking for, as far as it's fair across the table for the owner and the residents that live in the park. He'll make a profit, and the seniors will be happy too in the stabilization program. And that's all I got to say. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Anybody else with any input at this time? Anybody on the phone or online?
Rick Henry, I'm the owner or whatever. Very small percentage. I think there's been a bit of a lopsided presentation. And I don't think everybody quite understands what's going on. Big increase that most of them are concerned about is the one that happened here before, not May of this year, but May of last year, 23. Their Social Security checks went up 9.2%. Our rent went up 6.7. That means we allowed them to keep some of our rental increase, which is a factor of that Social Security number, in their pockets. This year, the increase was 3.2%. We went up 1.8%. We have not abused the people in the park. We are entitled to a fair return, has been mentioned. Park is worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million. A fair return would be somewhere probably around 8%. You can get 5% on treasury bills today. What he has presented is a little bit on the lopsided side. Here's my problem. My dad built this park 50 years ago. They incurred all of the risk. I know what they went through. I was living at home when they first started. They're entitled to a return. And that return is entitled to be a growth return as the value increases. Not based on what we originally paid for it. If I was to turn around and sell the park today, what do you think would happen to the rent? Rent would go way up. Is that what they're pushing me to do? I don't know. But I ask you to look at the balance on both sides and see that we try to get some kind of a fair return. We think we're giving them a good opportunity. And I invite any one of you or all of you to come out and look at the park. You will not find a nicer park in the entire United States. I guarantee that.
Let him,
But if you
let him
wanna
talk.
come, I'll
Let him,
prove it
let him
to you.
talk. Come on, let him talk.
What?
Please go ahead.
I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McHenry. Anybody else have a comment at this time? Come on up. Your name, please, ma'am?
Yulma Martinez again. Although this doesn't affect me, I think.
Can you speak in the microphone? It's hard to hear.
Sorry. It doesn't affect me. I think this is a good place. I just don't agree with the 5% annually. I think it should be 5%. I work and at my job, I'm not even, we don't even get 5% increase and I'm working. So the top is 4%. So I think it would be unfair for the seniors to expect them to even go 5%. I think it needs to be less, but that's my own opinion. I think I hear that the owner but I think these people are on a fixed income. We have to keep that in mind. And if the federal government doesn't give them a social security increase, not every year, why are we giving them an increase in rent every year? That's just my personal opinion. I think this should be less, but it's a good start. I hope this passes.
My name is Sandy Gilchrist, and I also live at the McCall Village Mobile Home Park. The only thing that I want to say, Joe wants to say that we have the nicest park in the United States. One of the reasons that we have this nice park is because every one of us keep our place, landscape it, we take care of it. That is not because of the owner. That is because what we do in pride of ownership of our homes. It has nothing to do with him.
Any other comments at this time? We have anybody on the phone or online who would like to make a comment? Harvey, come on up. Mr. Singh.
This is not,
State your name again, please.
Harvey
for the
Singh
record.
here on Dinuba, but on the other side of Dinuba, on the poor side, on the west side of Dinuba. Jesus Christ. This is not an issue I was here for. I'll still stick around for my issue. In fact, my boy was asking me, Dad, how long is this horse and pony show gonna go before we get to our issue? But I do take offense. I mean, I know Mr. Crushcrup, my dad's first CPA when we came to this country, Donald Crushcrup. I don't think he's around anymore. Roger, his boy, should be. He was a contemporary my age. I knew Mr. McHenry's father, not directly, but through my godfather, Alex McDonald, who's EMAC packing. But I do know the McHenry family by name. And for him to stand up here with his wealth and say, well, you got a 9% and we left you something to take home, that's insulting the seniors. Just because the government gave you a lousy 9% after years and years of 1%, finally they broke down. And then for Mr. McHenry to say, oh, you know what? I'm being very nice. I left you 3%. Well, thank God for small miracles. For him to say the same thing that the following year on a 3.2, I left you 1.8. How galling can you be as a businessman to have the wealth you have, to be the capitalist you are, and then to say, you know what if I sell if you sold the damn thing, this might be a rent moratorium. Are you sure that you're going to sell it and you're going to make somebody else's life more miserable by selling it, by telling people, you know what if I sell it? You know where you're going to be? Come on, please. We all have to have some compassion. I felt so bad when John earlier, if you don't mind me calling by first name, was talking about the hate mail. This city has to work together. The people have to work together. All the citizens have to come together. You can't be so antagonistic against one against the other, whether we favor this situation. But I found that so galling that this was not my cause, but I happened to be here. And I thought, I better say something because we're all, at the end of the day, have to face the reality that we all going to have some limitations in our lives, some issues with wealth and health and everything else in between. And to stand up here in this country of land of plenty and say, well, I left you 3%. I maybe should have taken that too. For God's sake, grow up.
Next comment?
And yes, I'm up here again, sorry. I told him I'd come and pick him up. I'm Peggy Baum and my husband's in the audience here and I usually get up and say something and I said I wouldn't, but here I am again. It was about the budget, the rent and all that, and then it kind of swayed over to what my concern is and what I've said before standing up here. The rules and what we're expected to do, we've probably been there 7 years now. And what the rules are and what we're expected to do and what the management is expected to do. I'm just finding out little bits and pieces as we do something maybe wrong or that's the wrong color or maybe a choice to our house, we have to stop and we have to think about it. We have to get approval. I didn't know all this. It's not in the book. And then what I want to say is I would like to know what I am supposed to do as a homeowner there, what my responsibilities are and what theirs are. I'm finding out later after we put in a sidewalk, I mentioned this last time, any improvements, any trees that go in and out, I have been told by Joe now that that's their responsibility and that they prune the trees. Excuse me? 7 years and I never saw the maintenance people pruning the tree. Maybe I misunderstood, but they're to take the people that own the park are to do a lot more things than I even know about it that I have been slaving doing at 70 something. And I usually get a giggle or a laugh or a remark when I go in to talk to someone, and it's very offensive. I just get little bits and pieces of what's going on. I don't really, it needs to be written out. We need to talk about it, and everybody needs to know what we're supposed to do and not do. If I put in something at my house, no, last time you asked me, well, aren't we reimbursed for all the improvements? No, that goes to them. It's like an improvement on the land. We own the house. When we die, the land looks a whole lot better than when we first moved in. So it goes back to being positive for him. And I also have another qualm about feral cats, but we won't get into that. Okay, it's volunteer. We do it. It's $20 a cat. There's nothing that the management will help us with for that. The city won't either. So it's just the citizens, but we at least like to be taken seriously. And I was told somebody came in to Joe. And
Thanks
said,
for your comment, Peggy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody online or on the phone?
Hi, Jared. Your line is open.
Hello, my name is Jared Gonzalez. I represent Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association. We represent mobile home park owners and operators in the state of California. A couple things. One,
The whole thing. With Mr. Gonzalez, can you start his time over? City clerk, we did not hear the beginning of his speech. His volume was down. Okay, go ahead and start again, Mr. Gonzalez.
oh, sure. Hello, my name is Jared Gonzalez. I work with WMA, the Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, and we're the statewide trade association that represents mobile home park owners and operators in California. WMA is very much opposed to any rent stabilization or rent control ordinance. And we had offered and spoken with staff about an MOU, which is a collaborative approach to achieving, we believe, what the city is looking to achieve. And we are thankful, and I want to say thanks to the staff for the conversations we have and for the opportunity. I did notice that is one of the exemptions, and if this does pass, we look forward to working through that MOU process. Someone mentioned about the MOU and, what can it takes too long and while negotiations, but the reality is the city could do a rent moratorium while an MOU is considered. That's something that the city can do and they have done in different parts of the state. Quickly related to the ordinance, as I saw, there's a few areas of concern. One is the rent amounts beginning on the same date. That may not only be an administrative challenge because, because mobile home residents, they don't have often the same anniversary dates. Somebody may have moved in and, 10 years ago on a January, and somebody may have moved in November. And so, and those are all contracts and agreements. So that's something that I think needs to be looked at. The next is the protest. If I read that correctly, how it was presented, protests around rent amounts by majority. I'm not sure if that's the way it is. It doesn't seem right and may not be legal. If a notice goes out properly and is in line with the ordinance limitations, I'm not sure how it can be protested or rejected by any other particular party. And then finally, we propose in this ordinance, if it goes through a change that's really important, which is that park owners should have the opportunity to charge market rent to incoming mobile home residents. If a mobile home sells and somebody new comes in is willing to pay the going rate, then they should be able to charge that market rate. It allows park owners to continue to operate, especially with all the rising costs of insurance and utilities, et cetera. I just offer those.
Let him talk.
Consideration. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Anybody else on the phone or online who would like to make a comment at this time? Okay, we have somebody here who would like to make a comment.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Ross Miller, and I live in the mobile park. I moved here a little over a year ago, and I chose that park because it is beautiful. It is nice. And it is because the residents maintain and take care of it. And I thank you residents for making it beautiful. As we were here the last time I was here, we were introduced and talked to the manager of some of the other parks that were here. And we're informed that our rent here at McCall is about $200 a month more than the other parks that are around, that are providing the same services. As we are senior citizens on Social Security, and at best, we would get a 3% increase in our Social Security benefits. I would propose that maybe you come back and look at this, the CPI at 75% instead of the 80%, and a maximum of 3% where the status would stay quo. It would be even, a push, not digging into our pocketbooks or our savings accounts or whatever. So 75% and 3%. If that is possible, I'd appreciate if they would look into it and take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? That will bring the matter back to council. Well, we have someone else on line, on the phone.
Zoom. Hello?
Hi,
Yep.
Michelle, your line is open.
Hi, my name is Michelle Collier. I live at the Selma Mobile Estates. And I was listening to Mr. McHenry talk about the increase that he felt was fair for the seniors there at his park. And I wondered if he considered the fact that, in the last 4 years, look at inflation, look at our cost of living besides the rent. Seniors still have to eat, they have to get gas, they have to pay insurance, they have all the other expenses that also go up in addition to the rent. And getting a small 3% raise from Social Security, or even a 9% raise when the cost of living has gone up more than that on everything. So please just consider that when you're looking at this, and try to be more fair to the seniors. They need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
I live at the senior park, and there's.
Your name, ma'am?
Oh, my name is Bonnie Rowe. And there's some people there that, a lot of the people that don't know, they can't even buy food. And they go to the dollar store to get food. So they came to me because I talk to everybody at the park. I'm a busybody. And I told them that I would talk to my church to bring food for them so they could eat, because they pay too much for their medicine, their rent and all that. So they depend on that food that comes for them, and they bring and they pray with the people. So, we need to really think about the seniors, because someday you guys are going to be seniors. And I hope that the people that are after you guys will help you guys like you guys need to help us. So God bless you guys. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hello, I'm Ray Washburn, a member of McCall Social Club in McCall Village. And I'd like to say that I moved in 10 years ago. The rent was $395. It's now up to $625. That's quite a bit of an increase. My house payment was only $700. If I knew that it was going to be like this, I would have stayed where I was. And we are the ones that keep this park nice, not the owners. I was in the yard working all day, which I do almost every day, to keep the place looking nice so I don't get any complaints. And that's about all I got to say. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else? With that, anybody online on the phone? With that, we'll bring the matter back to City Council for discussion. And then see if we're going to move forward on this, whether we're going to move forward with the modifications and go from there. Does council have any comments at this time, or any questions for the deputy city manager?
I do. I have a few questions. I think in regards to the presentation, it was a great presentation, and I think it starts the dialogue, and I think that listening to our senior citizens at the mobile home park, that there's a huge concern. And I think there's still some things that needs to be tweaked out, because there's some holes that really need to still be plugged. And I have some questions, because I'm just concerned in regards to some of the conditions for TI improvements, where this individuals are paying out of pocket to improve this park. Why isn't there something in here stating that they'll be credited for the amount of money they put into this park? Because like they're saying, if they leave, they don't get to take that with them. And they're out of it. So there has to be somewhere in the language that we need to incorporate that if there is some TIs and it's being paid out of the owner's pocket, there has to be some kind of credit or an offset in the monthly rent. I mean, because cement isn't cheap. I mean, an individual just stated she put a sidewalk. That had to be I would say at least $4,000, if not more. I don't know. I just don't know how much, but just a small area, getting bids from concrete, it's not cheap, it's expensive. And when people are living paycheck to paycheck and don't have that extra money, why are they not being reimbursed for this, or at least getting some kind of credit? So I think that we kind of have to work on the verbiage in regards to TIs, because that wasn't in here. The other concern I have is they mentioned about new ownership. I think I didn't see anything in here about new ownership as well. And I think that's something that we need to also state in the verbiage is we gotta catch that verbiage to protect the seniors. So where is it in here? Or maybe I didn't catch it, you know, but I'm looking for it. Is it the same time frame where they're only allowed 60 days?
Is that being addressed?
Didn't know
Deputy
if there
City
were more
Manager.
Oh, I
questions.
just said I didn't read it in here, and I think that that's something that also needs to be stated in.
So with regard to the transfer of ownership is, I believe addressed when the park changes hands, that the rent would stay the same for tenants for a year
Okay,
as part of the ordinance. That's within there. With regard to improvements to the park, and this, the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, or will do more research on the matter, but I believe TI improvements to the park are either in their lease agreement or in the mobile home residential law, that those type of improvements are addressed in some fashion. When they make improvements to the park, they probably need permission from the park owner to do so. And then there would be some sort of an agreement in place for either reimbursement or credit if they choose to do it. TI improvements to areas outside of their lease space or to the park itself, yes, they do cost money, but they are also a choice to make as part of the improvement around your home. I do know that some park owners, or I'm sorry, some mobile home owners and tenants add sheds and carports to their facility at their own cost, because those items enhance their living space.
Sure.
Those aren't necessarily park-related improvements, they're space-related improvements. Other items like, you know, adding concrete to areas far outside, like a sidewalk or something like that, would be what we would consider a capital expense or improvement that should be agreed upon by the tenants to enhance the park and inherently the value of the mobile home park.
okay. Then I did like the recommendation the other gentleman stated in regards to the Consumer Price Index, the CPI. Instead of the 5%, I would agree with him. I think 3% for seniors should be what we're looking for, and 75% or less, whichever's less. I like that wording in there, and I think that would at least capture that difference. If something does happen or it has to increase, they kind of already would know how much it's gonna increase, and they can prepare for it. It's just my opinion, and I mean, like I said, I think it's a good start, but getting everybody's input, making our citizens happy is what's the most important part here. So hopefully we can get this cleaned up a little more.
I feel almost exactly what she's thinking here and what she's speaking. I think the 75.3% rings more of a bell, but my concern more is this mobile home rent stabilization doesn't it also, I mean, the owner, when it actually goes back, when the person takes possession of that mobile home and they sign that contract, I mean, that has a lot to do with it. So I think that, as Councilwoman Guerra said, we gotta get back into it and really talk about it, because, I mean, we can set this up and do this, but at the end of the day, if the resident owner takes possession and signs a contract and the contract stipulates different in what the owner has rights to, I mean, that's something already signed. I'm not the attorney, but I would think that there's more into what we're talking about.
And to that point, I think there are potential, you know, differences in terms of what staff is trying to do here with regard to rent stabilization from a matter of disclosure and increases. With regard to agreements made by tenants in terms of signed leases and agreements and agreeing with the rules of the park, that's a completely different issue that we would recommend all tenants review their lease agreements and the rules of the park to ensure that those are being enforced appropriately and that they clearly understand them. With rent increases, that's what we're addressing here in terms of transparency and disclosure and what the limits are with regard to base rent and then what is included within the total space rent.
I think that's really well spoken, and I think that's really the concern here is that, you know, we are in favor of helping the resident, but at the same time, the resident needs to look at what the contract they signed X amount of years, because what the owner has established at that time and we're talking about it now, it may, I mean, it could sound good and be right, but what contract did you sign at that point is really important. So I want to make sure we don't go off on different and start thinking that, yeah, we're going to do this. But in reality, you know, you got to look at what the actual binding contract that you signed really is set forth.
And in our discussions, we've advised the mobile home residents of that fact that we can only look at a specific item in regard to rent, proposed increase limits, what it's measured against, et cetera, not necessarily what agreements they've signed for usage of their space, what other items they've agreed to by signing those agreements.
And in that regards, I favor the 75.3%. Okay. But at the same time, I want to put some really strong verbiage into what has gone on and what they've signed before.
Got it. So we've heard in the past, there just hasn't been any kind of written documentation at the park. You're going from nothing, you just get arbitrary increases. That's what I've been hearing for a while now. There's no HOA. As the deputy city manager said, that's up to the unit owners, right? To have a homeowners or a mobile home park owners association so that you can monitor what's going on. Say, you know, this, the capital improvements part, this would subject that capital improvements to a 50% approval by the residents there, that you want those improvements and you're willing to pay for those improvements. And I would think that any kind of capital improvement projection or proposal would have to include exactly that additional cost and its effect on your future rent. Also maintenance. You got to make sure, and it's probably going to be up to you, the unit owners, to make sure that those cameras that you want installed, those clubhouse improvements, that they're maintained and that they're kept up. So this is a burden on the unit owners as well. I like the 50% there. I like the rent increase. It can only go up once a year. The time frame's a little tight, right? I mean, they can propose it. The park owner has 90 days. They have to propose it 90 days ahead, but you've got like a 30-day window to look at it, get it out to your association. So you really have to be Johnny on the spot and notice that and then protest that, because you've got 60 days after that to protest that rate increase, that rent increase to the city. Question that I had was, if the council hears it and the unit owner is still not happy with that, or the tenants are not happy, where do they take it from there after the council? They're not happy with that decision regarding the rent increase. Is there a place to take it?
The decision by the council is final.
Okay, there's no civil law action. They can't take legal action beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they could, I mean, anybody could take civil action anytime. I don't know how successful it'd be if it's not in violation of the city's ordinance. Because realistically, the rent stabilization is not a state law at this time. It's a city created, it'd be a city created law. So if the council determines that, or denies the petition, there's not really going to be a basis for them to say any law has been violated at that point.
But the council won't know unless you bring it, right? You bring the petition and you've got like a 30-day window. May want to expand that. I mean, that's a little tight there, in my opinion, for the notice that the tenants have of the rent increase, to have a meeting and to see if you want to dispute that. I would say 60 days. I'm with my council colleagues, though, that 75% of the CPI is fair, with a maximum ceiling of 3% of the CPI. And, you know, getting back to the base rent increases and the capital improvements, cost of capital is always something. We heard from the gentleman who owns this park that he's looking at 8%, some are 7, some are 9. But that's where, all the infrastructure arguments come in and where people can add their cost of capital to that. So that's a really important part that I think, has to be addressed in terms of, do you want those improvements and are you willing to pay for them and add that to your rent? And secondly, another issue that I had was that timeline, that you only have a 30-day window right now. And I think you really need a 60-day window to be able to address properly a rent increase. The rest I think is good progress. I think it's more structured and I think it's getting there and it's fair. It allows the owner to make a profit. And at the same time, it allows people who are on a fixed income and don't just have rent. That Social Security doesn't just go to rent. It goes to a lot of increases in expenses. So I totally get that. So I would be in favor of that with a few minor tweaks at this time.
I just have a real quick question. The CPI, does that have like a set date that comes out? Because I know with some of like the fair market rates, I know they come out usually late March, late March, April.
So with CPI, they come out monthly and you can track
monthly.
the annual depending on when the rent increases. So it's a 12-month average of whenever they, so if they propose it, let's say in March, you could do the 12-month increase from March to
From
March.
March. Got it. Okay, thank you. Oh, and just one more thing. I'm also, and, I'm thinking the same thing, 75% and the 3%. So whatever suggestions that the residents also had, I think we should take it into consideration. But I know that we also have to think about the other parks that are in the city, not just the mobile home park. But I think that it's good conversation and a good start. And I think that it's great progress. Thank you.
Okay, and this ordinance would be applied to all the parks in Selma, is that correct? Okay. Okay, so are we ready to move forward? Mayor Pro Tem Cho, did you have any comments before we call for a motion?
I think basically, the tweaking part is needed, okay? And like I say, all these letters in front of me has the capital replacement and capital improvement. So maybe tweak that a little bit more so they know exactly what it's all about. And then there shouldn't be any question by owners and tenants. I think that should be in the ordinance. Since we're doing the ordinance, let's do it right the first time, okay?
With that, is there a motion to move forward?
I'll make a motion to move forward with the adjustments or the, that we've stated in favoring the parks. I'd like to see that 3% and the 75, okay?
I'll second that.
Okay, and then the advance notice of the rent too,
Right.
please. Okay. And then, so we have a motion by Councilmember Guerra and a second by Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Could you call the roll, please?
Yes, just for clarification, the advance notice on the timeline, was that still going to be, that was not going to be 30 days?
30 days for the park owner, but the tenants have 60 days to protest the rent increase. Right now, there's a 90-day total window, and the tenants only have 30 days, right, to bring their.
So for clarification, I guess for staff, we want to make sure we're providing ample time to bring it to council as well before the proposed increase. So if you want an
Owners are
increase,
60.
if you want an increase of the timeline to protest to 60 days,
Yes.
maybe what we're talking about is
Or 120.
120,
120,
120
That's fine,
and
to give the
60.
owners
So
60 days, okay.
120 and 60.
That's fair.
Okay.
120.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Okay.
And for clarification, the motion and the second are to revise that as stated.
That's correct.
Good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Have a good evening. And with that, we'll take a 5-minute break. On with our next item, which is regular agenda item number 3, which is a consideration of an ordinance for the comprehensive update to the City of Selma Municipal Code, SMC Title 11, zoning to comply with the current housing state law. Report, please.
Three-minute clock? No? All right. No 3 minutes? Okay, all right. Thank you, Mayor. Before you is the first reading of our zoning code update. This is a big deal. Next slide, please. So the city originally started this through the SB2 grant in 2020, and we've had, you know, the need to meet prerequisites for housing needs and updating definitions and other items within our zoning ordinance, which has been updated over the years in various capacities, but never comprehensively for the most part. And there's been sections that have been revised to accommodate maybe changes in state laws that are mandated, but never really a comprehensive look at updating it so that it's more user-friendly. It makes sense with what the current state of development is, what uses are proposed within certain districts. So this process kicked off, as I stated, in October 2020. We had a joint workshop in September 2023, as well as the Planning Commission recommending approval of the draft ordinance in December 2023. And then we had a joint workshop with City Council in March 2024 to present kind of an overview of the proposed changes. What do they mean? What is the organization of the ordinance? And what does it mean to development within the city? And what I can tell you is having a zoning code which is clear and concise not only helps staff implement the code consistently, but makes it easier for development and applicants to come to your city and state, I know what my zone is, I know what I want to do, and I know what the requirements are from jump. And so that is a huge deal for staff to be able to communicate this in a form that is much more simplified, as council will see, but in a concise manner that alleviates maybe a lot of the ambiguities in the current ordinance. So next slide, please. So why is the zoning ordinance being updated? And I promise you, this is the only recycled slide in the presentation. For consistency and implementation of the general plan, transparency to clearly define application procedures and remove subjective interpretations, make it more user-friendly. We consolidated, zone districts into a residential chapter so you can see side by side what each zone district standards are, so you can compare them in one glance without flipping back and forth. And we did that with all the various zone districts, commercial, industrial, what have you. There's visual aids in the ordinance to help guide understanding of what the intent of the regulation is. And there's an extensive list of definitions, as we'll get into. It also helps with compliance for accessory dwelling units. It helps with current housing state laws and compliance under our current housing element cycle and our future housing element cycle. So a lot of these revisions are already being mandated. We have comments from HCD that include needed changes that we're already incorporating into the zoning code update so that when it's adopted, we're already in compliance with our proposed housing element policies. And then intention, right? We want to streamline the development process by making it more clear and concise of what people need to do and how they do it. We articulate what the process is, what permit do they need to apply for, and what they can anticipate through that process. It helps administer a sense of place in the city of Selma by having specific development, standards that help raise what the minimum is, because that's really what a zoning code is it's the minimum that folks need to do when they have an application and they propose development in the city, and this raises that minimum. And then it ensures that it can be applied consistently over time, right? By having clear regulations, if I'm not here and they talk to staff, staff has the same understanding of what the ordinance means as I do. And that's what we need is projects that are constantly measured with the same measuring stick, right? That they know what their requirements are, and they know that if they propose, you know, a commercial development, another commercial development is going to be held to the same standard. Next slide, please. So some of the new procedures in the zoning ordinance, we have a preliminary development review. I think a lot of people know it as the PRC process, which is currently voluntary. We've talked about having a preliminary development review process that's mandatory, but that applicants receive credit within a certain amount of time for going through that process. And we're beta testing that now by incorporating the PDR principles into our process by giving people at the earliest possible moment what they can anticipate as far as development requirements, what their applications will need to entail, what type of technical studies that they need to provide, and perhaps how they should redesign their project before it is submitted for processing, right? We're trying to get those items in as early as possible so that we can maintain consistency throughout. When it goes through the entitlement process, we're trying to remove, I think, some of those hidden items that people have conveyed to staff as being problematic. What we want to do, again, is make sure that we're consistent throughout the process, and this PDR process outlines how we do that. In the zoning ordinance, we added director review and approval. It's a more truncated process than maybe going to planning commission, but it provides similar oversight in terms of applying conditions for maybe simpler projects that don't require oversight of the planning commission. So there are some applications that are for relatively minor uses that we feel still require maybe public notification, but only require director review, but they can still be appealed to the planning commission and subsequently to the city council. Zone clearances are an item that are very similar and even more minor in nature, where someone has a use and it's really a form letter or something to the effect of, yes, you're allowed to do that on your property, that a property owner can then take that as a record that I have been documented that I'm allowed to do this on my property. Then temporary use permits are exactly that. They're uses that are not permanent. They're more temporary or seasonal in nature, that still require some oversight, some conditions that can be revoked maybe in future years. But, you know, items like Christmas tree lots, pumpkin patches, and other temporary type uses that may not be something that is permanent to a specific site. Next slide, please. Consolidation and ease of use. So as I stated, we identified, there's currently 35 chapters in the current zoning code, and we consolidated that down to 8 by grouping similar items together and putting their development standards side by side. So what you can see in the upper right-hand corner is you have a use table for the residential districts that shows the R112, R19, R17, and R14, which is a newer district with smaller lot standards. But you can see them all side by side and see what you can do differently in each one of those districts. Additionally, you would notice if we had the table even further down, you would see what the different standards are for lot standards in terms of width to depth ratios, lot coverage ratios, et cetera. So you can get a comparison of how those different districts are side by side. And then you can choose which one I think is more appropriate for what your intent is for a proposed subdivision in a single family district. In the multifamily districts, it's very similar. Commercial districts, very similar, to where you can see where maybe a gas station is allowed and not allowed on one page. Whereas now you have to flip through every commercial zone district that we have, which I think is 5 commercial zone districts. You'd have to flip to 5 different areas of the zoning ordinance to find out if a use is allowed and compare them in a district if you're trying to locate to the city of Selma. This makes it considerably easier for a developer to sit here and say, I know where I want to go. And we have a little graphic to kind of give you an example of how those things are grouped. You can see that's 35 books on a bookshelf. And what we did was we consolidated them into basically the same chapter, right? So you can see them side by side relatively quickly. Next slide, please. For residential development specifically, we added the new accessory dwelling unit regulations, which incorporate some of the state standards. We added the new residential types consistent with the Fair Housing Act and Housing Crisis Act of 2019 that accommodates supportive housing, transitional housing, and other state mandates that are also policies to be included in our municipal code as part of the housing element update. We added some objective design standards for single and multifamily developments based on feedback from the joint workshop. That is included in your packet as well. We provide various options, but that includes objective standards that need to be included as part of development so that you can clearly delineate they have included this item, they haven't included this item, and we provide various styles and examples for residential development included in those objective design standards. We have updated development standards for all the zones to provide flexibility and lots consistent with current practices. If you recall, there was a general plan amendment that removed the lot sizes from the general plan, and that's because it should be rooted in your zoning code. Density requirements are still included in the general plan, but the implementation tool is through the zoning ordinance. So your development standards have been updated to reflect what is more current with the current market and environment for residential housing. As I stated, we include an R4 district, but we also include an R14 district that reduces the minimum lot sizes in Selma, which was previously 7,000 square feet to 4,000. That is a big deal to developers who want to come in and do something because it allows them to provide another model home, another product to people who may not be able to afford a home on a 7,000 square foot lot, because purchasing a 7,000 square foot lot also requires maintenance. It also likely has a larger home. So having a 4,000 square foot lot minimum, they don't necessarily have to all be 4,000. They could be 5,000. They could be 6,000. But it provides various options for people to provide product to meet the market needs of the city of Selma. Lastly, we updated the home occupation ordinance, which I believe we've discussed at length during various other discussions. This update provides the major and minor home occupations, with minor home occupations being businesses that are really invisible to a neighborhood that result in no real change to the environment surrounding the home, that you wouldn't know that someone is running a business from that home. So something like an online business, they do their accounting books for people, but nobody comes to the house, they don't receive deliveries, they don't run equipment out of the house. The major home occupations, I think, is the one which could have some minor impact to a community, where we articulate that that would still be an application process that would still require some review, but you can have some customers, you can have some signage, and you are limited to the number of customers that can frequent the home by appointment only. So that's like if someone were to run a beauty salon out of their house and do hair, they could do that out of their home, but they would be limited on the number of customers they could have daily, but they would be able to do that home business. And it's really an item that we feel very strongly for small business in town. Next slide, please. For commercial industrial development, we added a mixed use definition that is included within the commercial zones that would allow for residential and commercial to be located on the same property with specific development standards. We also implemented uses and standards for the existing central business district, which is downtown. Ramey and Associates, who conducted the awesome downtown strategic plan charrette a couple of weeks ago, provided some feedback, which we've included to update some of the uses to provide more downtown related uses in a fashion that we feel would help with cultivating a downtown and getting people downtown with specific uses that are associated with a downtown district. We also added specific development criteria for gas stations at intersections. Currently, there's no limit on how many gas stations could be located at an intersection. You want to provide some variation of commercial uses at some intersections. In addition, with the volatility of petroleum, sometimes you want to have other sales tax generators perhaps within town. So we've limited the number of gas stations at a specific intersection, I believe, to 2 maximum. And obviously, we have intersections that have more than that proposed currently. Those would be allowed to continue within their current entitlement process. But going forward, we would prefer a variation of commercial uses at intersections with gas stations being limited at a maximum of 2. And then we also removed outdated commercial uses, or they were renamed to what they should be. I think the one that is always brought up is super service station. I don't know if that term is used, service station, that much. I think people refer to it as a gas station. So we've updated a lot of the uses and provided definitions that correlate to what they're generally referred to as. A service station carries with it multiple types of uses generally. Maybe it's auto repair, maybe it's oil and lube, maybe it's tire rotation, what have you. All of those types of uses are articulated as and defined within our zoning code update so that it's clear where you're allowed to do auto repair, where you're allowed to do a gas station, where you're allowed to do both, or it's just oil and minor other repairs to your vehicles. All of those type of things have been updated in the current zoning code update. Again, trying to provide a clear and concise, list of uses that could be proposed within the city in specific zone districts. Next slide, please. I had to put this meme up here. I'm sorry. I love this meme.
Of the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, the Spider-Man
Thank
meme.
you.
So as I stated, there's a lot of, ambiguities
Matisse,
in the
resonance.
ordinance. And
Appreciate
so you could have a gas station, a service station, but they all look and kind of feel the same, but they're actually different. And so you could have multiple references to something in the ordinance that all mean the same thing. And that's really hard for implementation purposes by staff. And so the definitions provide clear and concise identification of specific uses. They're modern, they identify what they mean, they're clearly articulated so that it's clear when you're allowed to do something, when you're not allowed to do something. And so I have the one up on top because yes, we have a lot of references in the ordinance that are very similar, but really there's a lot of different Spider-Men, right? If you've ever seen, okay, I'm just being a nerd now. Okay, so there's just multiple types of Spider-Man if you've ever seen the movies. It is, yes, it's the multiverse. Thank you. So what we want to make sure is everybody understands the different kind of Spider-Man in our zoning ordinance, right? And so we have all these uses that need to be properly defined. They need to be correctly identified so staff can tell someone clearly, yes, you're allowed to do that use in this zone district because what you've proposed meets this definition, not this definition. That makes sense? Okay, cool. Next slide, please. So for the objective design guidelines, as we talked about, it identifies specific items within single family and multifamily residential development that need to be included as part of those projects, types of housing, features of the housing, features of the subdivisions or the specific development. So those standards also include, like I said, some styles that were based on the workshop and the feedback that we received between Planning Commission, City Council, and other feedback that was received during that meeting from the public. Those are included in your packet. They're very specific because they need to be under state law, SB 330, because we have to be able to apply them evenly to all projects. Slide, please. Oh, actually, if I could back up, the commercial objective design guidelines and the downtown commercial design guidelines are forthcoming following the completion of the downtown strategic plan, where some of those items will be specifically identified and then including. We wanted to bring both of them at the same time since they're somewhat related as more commercial-based guidelines. So our recommendation tonight is to waive the first reading and set the second reading and public hearing for this item for June 17th, 2020. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter in front of council for any preliminary questions before is this a public hearing item tonight? Or is this a regular agenda item?
Regular business.
Okay. Does council have any questions before we open up the matter to the public?
No, just a really good presentation. Thank you.
That will open up the matter to the public. Does anybody have any input they would like to give at this time? Please come up.
Bad about that, yeah. Harvey Singh, I just wanted to ask a question. Where do we stand, or where would Harvey Singh stand? I've got right there where Dwight Nilsson is. He's a neighbor of mine. And right across from Kaiser, there are some homes on Highland, on the east side of Highland, going south towards Hanford. And that very first home is no longer a home. It was abandoned some years, and finally, by the time I bought the lot, it was all only an empty lot. And it's next to Dwight Nilsson's where he puts those cars out. Someone like me who came and said, hey, I want to make that into a kind of a commercial consideration regarding I mean, especially now if things have changed and the rest are all homes, would Harvey Singh stand a fighting chance to come up to the city and say, okay, I want to change that into a commercial instead of residential because there's no more home on it? Or would that be a very hard thing to do, or would that be a very strict reading that's all home and we expect you to keep it as a home for going forward?
Great question, Deputy City Manager. What I think he's asking about a potential rezone process.
Or mixed use, yeah, maybe even mixed use.
I mean,
Would it fall under mixed use?
Yeah, what would it
Commercial
fall under?
habitational?
I think from a general perspective, without getting into too many specifics, every property owner is allowed to, the due process right to present an application for it to be reviewed in accordance with the city's general plan and merits, and propose a zone district for development to implement the standards expected of that proposed project. So without, I mean, every application would be subject to that level of review and scrutiny. We review every project that comes through with that level of scrutiny. So in terms of having a fighting chance, I don't necessarily know what that means, but he's allowed to submit a project that he feel has merits that's consistent with the land use policies of the city's adopted general plan, and staff would work with him to review that in accordance, tell him maybe what's consistent, what's not consistent, and that he could maybe adjust his project accordingly in order to possibly have it considered and ultimately approved by city council.
Since you've reduced the sources that they have to go to find information, could the applicant find potentially that information themselves without having to go to city and go through that process?
They could, once the ordinance is adopted. Staff is also working on other tools of availability to help identify what specific zone district applies to a property using my favorite thing, GIS, that will link them to the zoning code once we have both those tools in sync. So it'll be considerably easier to identify maybe what the standards are of their existing property, while also researching and finding out what is expected if they were.
And in terms of the progressive rate schedule, as you get further along with the approval process, is that also going to be part of what we're approving tonight, or is the actual cost a separate item?
I mean, the application costs are what have been adopted and adopted by resolution of the city. As we've stated, if the proposal were to go forward as presented, we would also present a revision to at least the preliminary development fee, application review fees, to give credit to when they complete the PDR process, that they receive credit on their subsequent entitlement application if it's submitted within a specified amount of time, generally a year. And then maybe it can progressively scale down to maybe 50% within 18 months, 25% within 2 years.
And it appears there's like a mandatory pre-construction conference now with the city to troubleshoot a lot of these issues before they happen.
Yeah, the pre-development review process is aimed at providing as much information to the applicant with regard to what's being expected of them, what maybe some of the development requirements are. Are they gonna have to underground overhead utilities, widen a roadway, build a traffic light or signal, what have you. So all of those items are covered during the PDR process. And what we've done is we've made it so in the PDR process, it doesn't necessarily need to be an engineered site plan. It can be a much more simplified plan to at least get general comments on what's expected if that's what they want to do.
Okay.
So Jerome, just quickly, I think what he's stating, if you're next to a commercial and then the empty lot, and then there's residential. He purchased it as residential. Would it be an easy fix for him to say, well, I want to go commercial or multi-commercial or multi-use? How simple would that process be?
I mean, we're getting into an item that's well beyond the scope of this item that is probably another discussion.
Okay.
Because there are other state laws that limit the ability of the city to take away residential land and without replacing that land with other land zoned residential. So we're getting into an issue that is
Okay.
considerably more complicated than the item before you.
Does that answer your preliminary question, Mr.
Yes.
Singh?
For the most part, it does. I just want to, as a fallback position, I don't have any proposed development on the land. I just, like Ms. Guerra said, I just want to go about my business of changing what I bought as a residential to a commercial, being it's so close to commercial. If I knock that wall down, Dwight and I will be on the same level.
Right.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Jerome, wouldn't you, my take is that the actual PDR process actually saves money and saves the developer the opportunity from the headaches that we've dealt with in the past, that they purchase a land, they don't understand the gravity of what they actually purchased because the scope that the city had never did any research. And now what we're doing, we're actually presenting them something free advice, telling them that this property, you can use it for X, Y, and Z, but it's already established at that point. And that's where the cost savings needs to be brought, the attention needs to be brought, that this process actually expedites and also gives a developer the opportunity to give them a lot more information, correct?
Correct.
That's-
I think that's a great way to put it in terms of helping either amateur developers or professional developers understand what they're getting into. And in the past, I think there's been less emphasis maybe on the development requirements and what's going to be expected of them. And then when they actually submit the project and it's considered they get their conditions of approval, they didn't necessarily know, like I said, they have to underground utilities or widen a roadway or construct a 15-inch sewer line or what have you. So what we're trying to do is get those as early as possible to developers, amateur or professional alike, so that they can plan accordingly their finances, their funding, their phasing, or revise the project to accommodate maybe some of the other needs that are mandated by the city's general plan and other guiding land use policies.
Or even getting to that stage has been difficult with Selma in the past. Getting to yes from no. I mean, we've had developers come in the past. Mr. Singh's a very nice person and he didn't, actually come right out and say it. But in the past, you go to Selma and you just get a no, not gonna happen. You're not gonna be able to put that restaurant in that location. So what you're saying tonight is it indicates more of a collaborative effort with the amateur and the professional developer.
Correct. And I don't want to step too far out of bounds, but depending on the type of project and what the land use policies are, if they conflict with the city's adopted land use policies, the answer could be no. Or revise your project to get it to yes in concert with the city's adopted land use policies. I don't know what's been told to people in the past, if they were just told a flat out no, or it's no because we have policies adopted that mandate that you can't have more than 5 acres of commercial, I'm just making up stuff, 5 acres of commercial at an intersection, or like I said, SB 330, which mandates that if you have residential land and you have 100 units allocated to your property, you still have to, at the end of the day, still have 100 units. So if he were to rezone his property, he might have to increase a portion of the density to keep that 100 units on the property, and then he could do a small part that's commercial. It's finding out how to do things consistent with the land use policy. So the answer may be no, but if you do this, it could be yes.
So you seem to be doing a general plan update without doing a general plan update, putting more on this in terms of adding components from your general plan and taking it from that GP and adding it into this. When is the general plan going to be revised?
I mean, we're planning on kicking that off this year, as been discussed.
2035, right? Okay,
Sorry.
2035. It's good until 2035, the one we have right now.
I mean, it should be reviewed more frequently than when it was adopted. I've seen places update them every 5 years. I've seen 10-year updates. It's variable to the local jurisdiction's preference.
Okay. Did anybody else have a question at this time?
I just was in favor, Teresa Salas, I'm in favor of the update. I think that it would help the public in general to be able to bring things and have everything more easily understood. And we want development. We want people to bring their businesses and whatever else into the community, and having less ambiguity in our old zoning and just being able to, like Jerome said, find something easily and not have to spend 10 days looking through our zoning regulations to find out, can I do this on my property? To make it just easier for people to understand and make it easier for people to bring their businesses or start businesses or do what they would like to do in our community without all the red tape.
And that's it. It's the red tape that's really kept people, that's been a barrier to Selma in the past, and an attitude and a feeling that people have had about Selma that hopefully will be changing as we speak. Any more questions before we call for a vote? Is there a motion on this?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 4, which is a public hearing item, is the consideration of a resolution adopting the 2024-2025 City of Selma fiscal year budget.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It is my great pleasure to present to you for consideration and adoption a balanced budget proposal for the fiscal year 24-25. Not much has changed in the proposal since the draft was presented at the last meeting on May 20th. Really, the only thing that changed was that, first of all, the the appearance of the budget document. Finance team did a great job of putting together a very attractive book, which we're going to continue to work on. But more substantially, there was one fund, the Cultural Arts Enterprise Fund 605, I believe, that in the draft was showing a deficit in the operating budget. And I challenged my community services staff, the cultural arts staff, to look for ways to increase the potential revenue and to potentially decrease the cost, because it's not sustainable for us to continue operating at a deficit in that fund. It's an enterprise fund and it should be covering all of its costs. And since COVID, it was understandable that it would, the revenue would decline and that we would have to, dig it out of its hole over time. And so now it's that time to start, paying back what the general fund subsidized those few years of COVID. Other than that, the expenditures in the general fund are 19,140,872, which is the same as the draft. Yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions before we open up the public hearing or public input? With that, we will open up the public hearing to the public. The public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to come up and be heard about the 24-25 fiscal year budget that we are reviewing at this time? Anybody online or on the phone like to discuss the requested budget?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. For those calling in, to raise your virtual hand, please press *9.
Hello, Parveen Sandhu, Country Club Lane. Just a quick question. Since the city manager's contract's being renegotiated, does that affect the budget?
City manager, would you care to address the question?
I think if the caller is referring to the extension, it's not going to affect the budget proposal for next year at all. It's the extension wouldn't kick in until further down the line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with a question?
Stella Ramirez, Southern California. The 350,000 that's going to be awarded, where is that going to come from? That budget? Also the $37,000 in attorney fees, where is that going to come from? That budget?
Thank you. I believe the question is the source of funds for the $350,000 payout to the Selma city manager. Is that going to be a current budget expense, general fund expense, or is that going to be a general fund expense for the coming 24-25 fiscal year? Do we know?
Yes, we do know. That was an expenditure that was approved in the current fiscal year, Mayor and Council, as you're aware. So that would come out of the general fund reserve for in the current fiscal year, and that's where it would reflect.
Thank you. Because the last time I think I asked this question, the answer was, it's up to you, council. So.
Well, no,
that has been decided apparently.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. And then will there be a budget amendment since it's coming from the 23-24 budget, 350,000?
No, it was already an approved expenditure. So
Okay.
it would be reflected at the year end.
Out of the reserve?
Yeah, the general fund balance, correct.
I'm sorry?
No, I asked, I said, where was it in the budget? I didn't see it.
It wouldn't be in this budget because it's a current fiscal year. This is next fiscal year's budget.
I know, but you're saying 23.
Correct.
Right, so
We're-
there
so-
wouldn't be a budget amendment though proposed for this?
So we're, just to clarify, we approve a budget right now that goes into effect in July. So we're not in July.
But
We're
we don't
still
need
in this
a
budget.
lesson in
No, but
basic
what I'm
finance.
asking
What we're
is
asking is,
20
what happens with the current budget when this money is coming out, a substantial amount of money? Where is that going to be reflected? And is there going to be a budget amendment proposed just because it's a substantial amount of money?
Yes, Mayor, the answer is still the same. It doesn't affect the budget that's being proposed to you right now because it's an expenditure that was approved by the council in the current fiscal year 24. So it wouldn't affect that budget, and there is no budget amendment that's necessary because the budget amendment was approved when the expenditure was approved by the council.
So we'll see this in when the actual numbers for the 23-24 fiscal year budget comes out. We'll see that amount reflected, the $350,000 decrease in reserves.
The
when
23-24
trued
budget
up.
is already out and adopted. I think you might be referring to the fiscal year end and the audit that shows what revenues came in and what expenditures were paid out.
So I'm referring, so yeah, just to back up a little bit, a budget is just, so everybody knows, it's just a projection. I mean, it's a best guesstimate. The actual budget is trued up when there's an actual audit done, as we just had from the CPA Jolly, when the new auditor that came in after 2 years not having an audit. And those were the actual numbers. I guess my question is, are we going to wait until then to see the actual reflection of that 350,000 how it affected the budget? Or are we going to see an actual restatement in terms of how this affects our current financial position?
The audit is the reflection of how the expenditures reflect the city's fiscal position. There aren't any other expenditures where, we come back before the audit and say, this is how it's affected, unless there's a budget amendment that's actually being requested. So I hope that answers your question, Mayor. The expenditures in a fiscal year aren't reflected until the end of the year when the audit is done.
Yeah, I mean, there are, people in the audience who've actually been on the council before and seen where the finances, that's our job, to know where the money comes from. And I believe you've answered that tonight, what the source of the funds for that is, the 350,000 cash award to City Manager Santillan, which is from the general fund reserve. So I appreciate the clarification on that. And it'll be coming out of the 23-24 fiscal year budget, if I'm listening, if I heard that correctly.
Well, it wasn't budgeted in 23-24, but it will be coming out as an expenditure in the current fiscal year. Yes.
Right, and that's a great point. The budget is just a projection. So to say it's coming out of the budget is not really accurate. It's just coming out of the fiscal year numbers and amount in the reserve that the city has. And that reserve, just going back to what that reserve is, just a quick question, what does that reserve consist of? Is it the 15% of the general fund and a 5% emergency reserve? Or what's the definition of reserve?
Mayor, the council, as you know, has an adopted fiscal policy that requires a 20% reserve of the operating budget. And the city currently well exceeds that with estimated fund balance of $15.5 million, which is essentially the, the reserve of the general fund.
Okay, so you're saying that the $15.5 million total of the general fund is an actual reserve amount?
The adopted reserve is 20%, and we exceed that in our general fund balance. So within that 15 million is the general fund reserve of 20%.
Got it.
Mhm.
So you're not saying 15.5 million is the actual reserve amount. You're saying that 15 and 5% of the 15.5 million is the reserve amount.
20%, yes. Mhm.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We are still in we're still in the public hearing. Would you like to,
My question is
ask a
very
question?
simple. It's Teresa Herrera at 3526 Hill Street. I just want to know, in here, do we get lights for our pickleball courts?
That is an,
Question.
yes, and a great question. Yes, they're in the current fiscal year, not the next fiscal year. Our
That's
Public Works.
next year's,
No,
like they told me.
so we're working on that in the current fiscal year. So,
Next year, we get pickleball lights?
uh, I'll leave that to our Public Works Director who's currently working on that, during his department update, or now.
Address that in the department update.
Oh, you're gonna make me wait.
Okay. Any more questions from the public while the public hearing is still open?
Jim Avalon, 1701 Dinuba. The question I have in the past, when we had previous budget hearings, we broke everything itemized, breakdown, and I noticed this year it was some solid numbers instead of actual breakdown, it was the actual cost, breakdown cost. And I think when you do those kind of items, the council can have a better view of where the expenditure at and what is taking place. When you just give numbers out there, this is this number and that's it. It doesn't give an actual count of where the expenditure at as far as the insurance, the cost of payroll and stuff like that. I think in the past, we used to have a breakdown, everything broken down. Every department was broken down. Even the attorney's budget, everything was actually broken down. It made it easier for the council to recognize where the money was actually going to for the council, and I made it a little more, how would I say, in the finance department, it made them more transparent to the public sector and to the council as well. When questions are asked by the public, they can answer, not answer, well, we'll look into it, I'll get back to you. No, that doesn't fly with the public out here. So that's all I gotta ask, guys. Just if you could do that in the past, a little more of a breakdown visual, easy for the council and the department heads as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments this time? Any input? Anybody online or on the phone? That will bring the matter back, close the public hearing and bring it to the council. Are there any questions for the city manager at this point about the budget for fiscal year 2024, 2025? I have some questions. Just looking at page 13, this is different. Page 13 is different than the requested budget that we saw last month. I'm wondering why. Specifically, the property tax item 400-100 400.100, the VLF in lieu of property tax. It's showing now under fiscal year 2022, 2023 actuals. It was shown on the last one, the last requested budget of 2,308,009, and now it's showing as 2,451,582. And then if you go down to the sales tax, it was showing as 9,584,045. Now it's showing on this budget, apparently the requested final budget of 9,344,594. Does that reflect the CPA audit, or what do those changes reflect?
That's a good question. It doesn't impact the actual proposed budget. It's just a reflection of the actuals. There might have been some updates done by the finance department between the time that the May 20th meeting was presented and now. So I'll have to verify that, but yeah, I can get back to you. But again, it doesn't affect the actual proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25.
Got it, but it's just in line with what I was saying before, which is there's quite a bit of a variance between what we're seeing in terms of budgeted numbers and actual numbers. And what I would like to see in the future would be numbers that are closer, that are budgeted, that are accurate, that are the projected numbers actually coming close to the actual numbers. Just from a financial tool, I mean, if the more variance you see, the less reliability that you have on those numbers themselves. And I did appreciate the summaries for each department. I did note the finance department, it doesn't have as a goal a finance director. Is there a finance director budgeted for the coming year? And is that an actual goal of the finance department to get a finance director in 24-25?
Yes, Mayor. In general, the goal of the city is to have a fully staffed organization. We weren't specifically talking about personnel goals, rather operational goals. But yeah, as you know, the finance director recruitment is ongoing and has been for a while. So absolutely, that's the goal.
Okay.
Doesn't operation goals and personal goals go hand in hand? Because it's still salary. I mean, that's still operation.
Yeah, it's budgeted, to the mayor's question. It's budgeted in there, so which reflects the goal of filling that position. But as far as the narrative goes, it was reflecting the operational goals.
Okay. And then thank you for answering that, City Manager, I appreciate that. Another question is there an amount for the Boys and Girls Club programmed into this budget? And if so, where would that be for the year, the allocation?
Yeah, the Boys and Girls Club comes out of the community services budget, and that is an amount of $29,400, I believe, off the top of my head. But yes, that is allocated in community services.
Thank you. And then the Selma Chamber of Commerce, what amount is allocated to that this year?
Well, as I presented at the May 20th meeting, we put in a placeholder of the normal 30. That didn't change with this final proposal.
And that's in community services as well?
No, that's in economic development.
But just making sure that we're gonna have dialogue in regards to that, correct?
Yeah, that's just budgeted.
That's what's
That could change in the middle of the fiscal year.
What could change?
The amount that's allocated.
Oh, okay. So is there an ongoing discussion with the Selma Chamber of Commerce regarding the amount that the city is? Because from what I understand, the city is requiring two city appointed members of the board of directors for the Chamber of Commerce. And that is, from what I'm hearing, we haven't had any discussions up here about this. We do have the
had
vice president or the president of the Chamber of Commerce here next to us.
We had a workshop on the council, or on the Chamber of Commerce contract.
Right. And have we made any progress on that?
Yes, we did. We met with the board as directed by the council at the workshop where council discussed the contract. And then they went back to their own board and conferred internally, and then they submitted a revised proposal. So the requirement that you're speaking of, Mayor, is not actually a requirement. It was a proposal from the city to incorporate board seats into the chamber board. They came back with a counter proposal, which we plan to bring to council for consideration after the budget's adopted.
Got it. So now it's gonna come back to council for council's review of
Council
whether to
consideration.
approve, now it's four, the city wants 4 seats on the board of the
No.
chamber, or is it 2?
We didn't change, no, what we were proposing was some sort of city representation on the board. It could have been 1 or 2. And the board decide, their position is that any representative from the city should have to run for a board seat. And that's kind of where the discussion left off. They are opposed to having any kind of appointed representative from the city.
And from what I understand, that's still a point of distance between the Selma Chamber of Commerce and the city administration at this time.
Sure. Well, I mean, there's a lot of factors there. I think we might be getting a little bit further away from the budget. But yeah, that's something that we can bring back for discussion.
Right, okay, well, we'll keep moving. And then in terms of the budget, what's built in, do we have an amount built in for legal settlements that the city pays out of the general fund? Are we gonna continue to look to the reserve for that? If there are any judgments or payments that the city has to pay in the 24-25?
As far as I'm aware, the legal settlements have always come out of the reserve, except any amount that's paid for by the insurance company, and any deductibles also come out of the reserve, because those are unpredictable in terms of when, outstanding cases will be settled. Just there's no way for us to know what we're actually going to pay out or even estimate in any single year, because a claim could drag on for years. So that normally does come out of the reserve, as it has over there, as far as I'm aware.
Right, so in terms of the insurance, the insurance deductible is usually capped at something, and then the insurance company pays it, and the cost of risk is actually reflected in the insurance premiums rather than the payout. But the city is showing a precedent of paying out of the general fund this year, the reserve. So I was just asking if we were going to program a number in this year for the, $500,000 or something. As a potential
As I mentioned, it's always paid out of the general fund. There's really nowhere else where it would be paid out of except for the general fund reserve. So it's not really a precedent, because that's where it always comes from, any legal settlements. So yeah, there's really nothing to budget there.
Yeah, usually it's paid out of the insurance policies. They usually make a liability or casualty or property. That's what insurance
When the
is
insurance
for.
company
When the
decides
insurance company decides to,
and
that
when
they're
they
legally
don't, then
liable
it
to
does
pay,
come out of the
absolutely.
reserve. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody else have any questions at this time regarding the budget? Okay, oh, and then the amount for the trees and the lights, do we have that in the budget this year for trees downtown
Mhm.
and lights and speakers?
Yeah, if you recall, in the May 20th presentation, that was listed as a line item. I believe the amount was $60,000, $80,000 for the speakers and the trees, and then $60,000 for the lights.
And then I asked at that time if we could guarantee that we were gonna make that payment this year for those additions to our downtown.
Yeah, that's not a guarantee that I can make,
Oh.
Mayor.
Okay. I think we really need those.
And just a clarification for that is because there could be a shortage on lights, it should be, I mean, there's a lot of factors, right?
Yeah.
So we can't predict what's gonna happen.
Well,
So-
and not only that, as I mentioned at the last meeting as well, a lot of it comes down to the downtown strategic plan, what the bid decides are the priority expenditures, a lot of factors. That's why I can't really guarantee what's going to be spent first.
I know our citizens want a guarantee. They want those trees back, and they want those lights back. And we've wanted the speakers for years. Are there any other questions before we move forward with a vote on this? Okay. Is there a Oh, I'll make a last comment tonight. I think that the city council is wasting the resources of our city. And I think this budget is reflecting that. I think our city council is mismanaging our financial resources. And we are getting into trouble. Our city is moving in the wrong direction and going into trouble. It's my opinion. Do we have a motion for the budget for the fiscal year 2024, 2025?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. With that, we'll move on to future agenda items. Okay, does council have any future agenda items that they would like to propose at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple. First one is going to be, I want a couple of comments really quick. This social media page has been really blasting me about it's funny that they post pictures of the Golden State Corridor that was funded and talked about 20 years ago. And Mr. Mayor, you sit on COG. You know that this project was talked about, voted on.
Yeah.
And
Here we go.
Is this a future agenda item, sir?
yes, it is. And I don't want to be interrupted right now. It's my time right now. So I would like to request a presentation from the Fresno County to come and speak in regards to how the financing and how it was brought to our city about the Golden State Corridor, because that's the frontage of my property that was done. We can put that on the agenda. That's one. The next one,
If I could request consensus from the council
Oh,
on that item
yes.
before we move on to the next. We have majority consensus, okay.
No. I don't even understand what that entails. I'm the
why
COG
would you vote
representative.
no? You sit on COG. Factual question. Is
Well,
this the
what are you
corridor or
asking?
not? You're
What are you
voting no.
asking? What are you
What does that
asking?
have to do with anything?
I'm asking for a representation from Fresno
What does
County to come.
representation mean?
Exactly.
Okay, so let's move to the next one. Do we have that? Okay.
No, I don't understand. If you want me to
So
go
the-
back to
so the
COG
next
and
one is-
request
The next
something,
one
you
is,
need to
I would like
actually be
to put,
clear.
I would like to put on the agenda to review and bring all the information of the Ken Gray contract agreement. And I would like to ask our city council to put on the agenda to release it all entirely, put it public. I would like to bring it back. We have the authority to bring it back, and I would like to release it so we can have full transparency.
What?
So if I understand your request correctly, Councilman Trujillo, there was a confidential contract and resolution
Yes.
with regard to Mr. Ken Gray, former city
Yes,
manager,
yes.
that you would like the council to consider making public,
Yes.
and discussing on a future
Yes,
agenda item.
yes.
Okay.
So is
For
it so you can
transparency.
go on your YouTube show and discuss a
So,
personnel
Can we get
agreement?
consensus? Is there
So, I
consensus
mean, I'm
here?
just wondering, why
Are
are
you
we
okay
going
with
back
that?
8 years? Why are we going back 8 years? What
Are
do
we
you
getting
want, what do
consensus?
you
Are we
want to
gonna get
get out of
consensus
this?
too?
And use city time to go back 8 years and look at someone's agreement you don't even know how to describe.
Could
You
you
have
turn in-
you
would
have
it-
no idea what you're even talking about. And you want to, without even having that detail, you want us to go back and make this an agenda item.
So those are the only
City
two
attorney, is
requests I
that
have.
something that is an agenda item for a city council that you see? To go back 8 years and look at an is that what he's asking?
Yeah.
Are you asking for an employment agreement, or what are you asking?
I think he's asking about a settlement agreement, and I can't tell you whether it's proper or not because I haven't seen.
It's
I haven't looked-
already,
I
it's
haven't-
already a
I-
public
the
record.
reason
That's
why
what-
I'm
So
not-
why are we bringing it up as
You
an
can
as an
review it.
agenda
You
item?
can
What is
review
the
it.
relevance?
If you tell me that it can't be reviewed, then it's fine. I'm not asking.
So what
for
I'm
any-
asking
I'm
is,
not
what's
asking
the
for anybody to
relevance?
Fight us. I'm asking for the clarity. If you can review, and if it's doable, let's bring it back to the council. Other than that, we're okay. Let's move on. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do I have consensus from the council
No,
on that item?
absolutely not. I want to
No.
know the relevance
time.
first.
Yes.
No, absolutely not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I do have a
Do I
request.
Waste of time.
I do have a request. I want to do a Brown Act workshop because I know that when I first started with council, we had just a mini training, Mayor Pro Tem and I, with the previous attorney. But I think that it's a good thing to bring back and a refresher. So we can have that as a workshop. Thank you.
In any specific agenda?
No, just, I mean, I know that
Or a
we just
separate
finished.
workshop?
Just separate workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a
think- and-
consensus on that?
And I
No.
think that would,
Yes, I'm
that
yes.
would, I think that would also like satisfy training requirements, correct? Or is it not part of training requirements? Or maybe?
It's not, so a lot of times, like when I personally give it, I'll pair it with like AB 1, 2, 3, 4 training, which is the ethics training, and I'll do them all in one. So it's usually about 3 hours because the AB 1, 2, 3, 4 has to be an hour. Really, Brown Act usually only takes about 30 minutes, actually. It's typically pretty quick. So we could combine those if you want and make it, and it would meet those training requirements that you guys need.
Yes, that'd be good. Thank you.
Danny, I have a question for you. In regards to Irma, you know, the training sessions that we get, there was one in there for the Brown Act. And it says you can log in and take, and do the course. I mean, why did we pay for these sophisticated systems if we have to do a workshop? Why can't we just do it on the system like we do the ethics?
So the training has to be assigned to you.
Mm-hmm.
So it is one to where if I have the approval, I can have it assigned directly to everyone or to those who should require that training. But it is one to where you can't just log on and take it. It has to be assigned to you by the administrator.
Okay, so you're the administrator,
Yes.
so you can assign it. Okay,
And I don't know that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Janie, but I don't know if Irma has Brown Act training. They might have AB 1, 2, 3, 4 training, but I don't know about Brown Act.
So I do know that they have the AB 1, 2, 3, 4. I will have to look on it. I can log on that and I can verify whether the Brown Act training is available.
Okay, got it. So we've heard from Councilmember Trujillo, who thinks he's going to embarrass me by bringing back something from 8 years ago and waste all this time. You do it, Mr. Trujillo. But I would like to have Mr. Ken Gray invited here and have him waive privilege so that we can discuss exactly what happened. I would love to recite exactly what happened during that time. And we should have Mr. Gray waive privilege because he's a former employee.
Right.
So what he's requesting is already a public record, but if we want to really go through this, let's go through this. But I'd also like to invite Teresa Gallivan to come back, who was our first female city manager in 2020. The city council member Mendoza Navarro said we've had multiple city managers since a certain amount of time. Well, since 2021, your term, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro, we've had 3 city managers since 2021, 3 city managers. And the first one was Teresa Gallivan, our first female, who you forced out. And then she wanted to get a personnel review and you refused it and you made her do a budget meeting.
Are we
And she
proposing-
cried the whole time. So if you are
agenda
going to
item?
bring, if you're going to bring a past city manager, let's bring past city manager Teresa Gallivan, who's now deputy city manager of Palm Springs, back, who you showed the door. Okay? You know, if you want to
that a
do that
proposed
and bring
agenda item,
things
Mayor?
back, I would definitely invite her back.
Is that a proposed agenda item?
That is a proposed agenda item to request
Do I have
a,
consensus?
yes.
yeah. Why don't we do that? And we can ask her how many times she had to meet with you, Councilmember Trujillo? Because you know, you like meeting so much. She said that you made her meet with you every, week or 2? So we'll definitely bring all this back up for the record.
With all the respect in the world, you're actually showing exactly what the attorney said that you're doing. You're interrupting and you're being rude. I'm asking for you to please respect the council.
Oh, after you bring up a city manager from 2016 that you discussed on social media, I guess you can do it, but I can't. Another double standard. We're sick of it. The people of Selma are sick of it. Okay, and then for another future agenda item, I would like to put second oral communication back
That's right.
on the city council agenda. You know, you three took away our second oral communications for the people to actually weigh in on what's happened in this city during a city council meeting. You took that away because obviously you don't want to hear from us, the people. I'd like to put that back.
Yep.
And I would like consensus to put that back as an agenda item so we can vote to restore public input at our city council meeting so the people have a right to weigh in on the city council meeting that they've just heard about, that they don't have anymore. Do I have consensus to put the
Yes.
second oral communication item back as an agenda item? We got
Yes.
one. I'm a
yes.
consensus.
Joe. Joe, what are you gonna say?
No, of course not.
Of course
Yeah, there
not.
you go. Turn it down. As usual. Okay. Anybody else have any proposed future agenda items? Okay, with that, we will move on from our future agenda items to departmental reports. City Manager Santillan,
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Nothing to report tonight.
City Attorney,
Nothing to report.
Deputy City Manager Keen,
Just a reminder that we have the groundbreaking on Wednesday for the Amberwood Sewer Trunk Line. If you haven't received your invite, staff can provide additional details regarding. I believe it's 10 a.m. out at the site.
and who will be deciding who's going to be a speaker at that event and the format of that event?
Have a draft agenda for that.
Yeah, staff is developing that. The economic development staff is.
Okay, could we get that agenda as soon as that draft is ready, please? City
Absolutely.
Council,
Mhm.
thank you. Administrative Services Director.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I have 2 items to report. I'm very excited to let you know that we have a new phone system that is in implementation right now. By Friday of this week, we will have a new voice over IP system, which is wonderful because we ran out of capacity on our existing, and our existing phone stopped being serviced years ago. So that's exciting news. And the second item that I have is that our reception remodel will actually be tomorrow. So we will have a secure modular design that will be installed in the reception area. So the next council meeting that you are here, you'll be able to see the reception remodel. Super excited about that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have Community Services Acting Director or what's your title right now, Liz?
I am Recreation Supervisor. at the
Recreation
moment. Yes.
Supervisor Liz Martinez. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So there's a few things that I wanted to announce. So I did want to let you guys know that we are activating the cooling center, and so it will be open at the Selma Police Department at 2055 3rd Street at the Dr. Louis Community Center, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week from 2 to 7 p.m. So anybody that needs to get away from the heat can go to the Dr. Louis Community Center. And then just as a reminder, our co-ed softball registration closes on June 14th. We are looking for more teams. We also have Movies in the Park coming up on June 14th. We will have Lilo and Stitch playing at Lincoln Park. And then on June 21st, we'll have The Sandlot playing at Brentlinger Park. June 28th, our recreation department is currently working with the downtown bid to do a block party in the downtown for June 28th. So that'll have vendors and live music. So that information will be rolling out this week. And then the last item I just wanted to kind of comment on was I just want to invite everybody to the community forum for our Parks Master Plan. Again, that's on June 20th. It'll be held here inside the council chamber from 6 to 8. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. All right. Fire Chief Jordan Webster.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nothing to report this evening.
Thank you. City Clerk, Public Information Officer,
Nothing to report.
Public Works Director, Mr. Hahn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. A couple of the subjects I was going to speak of have already been brought up. One is the Amberwood Sewer Project groundbreaking ceremony on Wednesday, which we're real excited about at 10 o'clock. We also have the Clarkson Lift Station site walk coming up. That's getting ready to happen. As far as the lobby for City Hall. Crews came in today from Public Works and removed what was existing to allow for the installation of the new facilities tomorrow, as Janie spoke of. We'll be following right up behind them with electrical from our electrical contractor to get everything wired and hooked up for that. The other big stuff we're working on, as everybody knows on council, we have awarded the Brettlinger fence project. What we're waiting for right now is they have to manufacture the wrought iron because they're very specific measurements, gates and all that. As soon as that material has been procured and manufactured, then they will start the project. They don't want to have to mobilize 2 times. And they feel like the chain link fence is going to go pretty quick. So that's already been awarded and it's in motion. It's just waiting for the suppliers to actually supply the material to the vendor. The other big thing that we have going is Salazar. We've been working on that for quite a while. We had the roof was completed about 4 weeks ago by Fresno Roofing. It's been signed off by the building department. We're currently getting some costs together for the flooring. And we're also going to be doing some drywall repairs. But in the process of doing that, we recognize some other issues at Salazar that we're addressing that I've spoke with the city manager about in our one-on-ones. There's a splash pad there that needs to be rebuilt. We've gotten an estimate on the cost of that. It's under $5,000. It's a great feature for the kids for that park. Being that we're going to have the Boys and Girls, as you spoke of earlier, Mr. Mayor, the Boys and Girls Club will be moving back into the Salazar Center as soon as that's completed. So to give them the full package, the department and the city staff feels that we need to get that entire facility up to speed. So we're looking at new backboards for the basketball hoops. We're looking at the cost of what it would cost to upgrade, not the frame, but the components to the playground structure. Because those are cracked and outdated. A lot of them are weathered. So we're looking at replacing that. Again, the frame, the steel frame is in great condition. It meets current regulations for safety. And so we're looking at modifying that with new components. And the other thing that we're working on there is the abandonment of a well that we've brought up several meetings ago. And we're working on the logistics of getting that completed as well for the safety of the children that are going to be out there. As you all see, we are also already under construction for the senior center. You can see the whole roof stripped off. They've got some of the units down. So that thing's moving along. Again, that's supposed to be a 60 working day timeline for that one. So I know that Parks and Recs, Community Services, and the city are really wanting to get back in there. And so we're looking forward to getting that completed as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
What about the lights at Brettlinger Pickleball?
It's getting late. Thank you for reminding me. So to you, ma'am, we currently have CED, which is Consolidated Electrical Distributors, has come out and consulted with us. We have existing lighting there. So what we're doing, of course, is trying to be as frugal as we can with the funds that we have and look at what our options are. So we have 3 different options. The estimate that we got originally from the electrical contractor was almost $70,000. So it definitely exceeds our $25,000 in the purchasing policy. It's going to have to go out to an RFP. We're getting that information together now to put it out to bid. But yes, your pickleball courts will have lights. I'm hoping before the end of year. And I know that sounds like a long time, but the process we have to go through here with the staff to get a project out, get it to bid, get it to council to be awarded, it just takes time. So we are currently working on that and we have been for a couple of months. So, and that will be all.
Great, thank you. And that, hold on just a sec, then that senior center was an insurance claim. The
Correct.
proceeds are coming from the insurance company that the city pays insurance premiums on, correct? That was an
is correct.
insurance
That
settlement.
is correct.
Got it.
Well, and if I may add, the deductible was covered by FEMA as well, so the city is not spending any money on that.
It's not coming out of the reserve. It's not coming out of any other capital fund. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay.
So I don't want to sound ungrateful or not appreciative, but when it comes to lighting and playing pickleball, if you don't have good lighting, it's kind of pointless. And I've kind of told Amy that if you go to try to play in Fowler, their lighting's not very good. So yes, we want to be frugal, but it's kind of a waste of money to put in cheap stuff because then we're not even going to be able to play at night. And that's the problem now is that we're having to go to Kingsburg to play with their fabulous lights, but we have the courts. Selma has 4 pickleball courts. Not even Fresno has pickleball courts that are specifically for pickleball. I
Got
know.
it, thank you. And if we had oral communications at the end,
sorry.
we could hear from
If,
great
just real
citizens.
quick, if I could, Mayor, just so that I can address the comment of being frugal.
That won't happen.
Being frugal just means that we were getting 3 different options that we can look at to see what is the most cost-effective way for us to provide you the lighting that you require at the pickleball courts with what resources we have. No, we're good.
Okay, Police Chief Alcaraz.
We have nothing to report.
Thank you, that. We'll move on to council reports. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Just had a few things. I attended our sorry, my glasses are all caught in my hair. We had a priest ordination for the Fresno Diocese, and so I attended that. It was a beautiful event. I'd never been to one of those events before, and it was over in Visalia at the St. Charles Borromeo Church. Also, I attended the memorial event at the Floral Cemetery. That was really nice to see all of the ROTC kids and just all the families that were there. I attended the Portuguese Festa Mass. I only attended the Mass because my little one was having a hard time, so he just wanted to go home. And then on a personal note, my granddaughter graduated from kindergarten, so I was able to attend her graduation from kindergarten. And then just on another personal note, the last 8 months I've been, I took on a, I guess, personal, like spiritual development type of course, and it's a 2-year course, and I just finished my first year. So I'm really excited. We have a Encounter School of Ministry campus at St. Joseph's, and so I attended the school online, and so I have 1 more year to go for that. So I'm excited. I learned a lot through that spiritual training. So that was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Trio.
Just like to thank all the staff for all the hard work you guys have been doing. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. And you could see it. So appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing. Other than that, I have no comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Guerra.
Okay. I attended the American Legion Post-12 Memorial Day service, and I want to thank the American Legion folks and the junior ROTC who did an outstanding job putting all those flags up. This year was one of the first years that they put that many flags, and it was because it was a collaborative with people, like I said, the veterans, the ROTC, and even the 6th grader kids that went and put down the little flags on all the veterans. So that was a great event. And, you know, the compliments that I got that day from folks that came from Tulare, some folks came from Sanger, some folks came from Visalia. They told me they've never been to one, and this was one of the best ones they've ever been in the Central Valley. And I thought that was very impressive. So kudos to them. They said they will come out again every year if that's the type of event that they're going to see for Memorial Day. And I thought that was great. Just imagine all the people that were there, which they had a great turnout, and people that came from other cities, which was amazing. I also attended the ribbon cutting for the playground at the Brettlinger, and that was a great event. I just want to say, you know, it's a beautiful playground. The kids love it. My grandbabies love it. So, you know, I'm glad, and I'm so happy to hear that there's more to come for that park because it's been a long time. a long time waiting for something good to happen at that park. So I really appreciate you guys, really took it to heart because it was really in dire need. You can tell by just the fence, the equipment, the shape it's in. I mean, it's gonna look amazing after we're done. You guys are done with it. So I really appreciate you guys for that. I also attended the Portuguese Festa service mass. It was a beautiful, beautiful parade. They did an outstanding job, and that's just something that they've been around for over 100 and some years. And again, Selma showcases what we have in our city, and that is one of them to be very proud of, because there's not a lot of cities that do it. I think from what they stated, we are only one of them in the whole Central Valley that does it. So I want to really give kudos to them as well. I attended I served at the Christian Cafe in memory of my father, my brother. Is that service that we do. And just like we were talking about our homelessness, there was more than 60 people there. And it was amazing, People are in need, and it's just not homeless people. We're talking about just average citizens that want to go over there and just get a meal, because he said, I can come here and feed my children. That's one less meal I have to pay for. So it's amazing to see things like that. Let me see, and then, the workshop, I did attend the workshop for the homelessness, and I think that we had some great dialogue. We agreed that, we have to fund some of these services, and I'll tell you, it was amazing to hear all the resources that we have here in our city, because no other cities have that many resources. And I'm very, very thankful that we do have them here, because with the people willing to help, it's a start. Maybe these individuals will finally say, today's my day. I want to get off the streets. So it was a really great turnout. And other than that, I think that's pretty much it for me. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho?
Yes. Good work for everything with the budget and stuff. You guys did a great job. I attended the Festa activity also with the Portuguese. I actually manned one of their barriers in front of my house for them, and that was pretty cool. I did a ribbon cutting also at the park. I mean, everything there is so good. It's like, I guess disabled kids are able to go on it, so that's really special. I attended on Memorial Day. I'm always in the Chinese Memorial picnic. It's out at Woodward Park, and we've been doing it for like probably 50-something years. And I guess originally they started out at Kearney Park. That was before I got involved with it, but now it's at Woodward Park. We fed about 250 people. Attended the homeless workshop here, and we had, like you say, all the agencies here, and they kind of talk to us and tell us what they actually offer, which is a good thing, because we needed to know if, we know of anybody that needs their services, we could send it there. My club, Central Valley Lions Club, is going to be celebrating 20 years next week. So basically in Lions year, 20 years is like a little bit older than a teenager, because most Lions Club are celebrating 60, 70, 80 years. And the one that's the oldest one is in Fresno Host, they just celebrate 104. So like you say, we're just a new club on the thing. In less than 2 weeks, I will be in China. So I'm looking forward to my vacation. Thanks.
Yeah, I served dinner at the Christian Cafe with Rose, my wife, sat in the back and made it through most of the meeting tonight. And she's made it through so many meetings for the last 12 years. And she's a wonderful woman, and she is herself in her own identity. She's not just my wife. She's Rose Gallardo Robertson. I really love her, and I thank her for being so brave and courageous, as well as other people who stand up and are brave and courageous. despite a lot of opposition. What else? I attended the Sheriff's Department Memorial groundbreaking of the Area 2 substation. That memorial is going to be amazing. They are going to have a statue of a lion there. They're going to have the names of those who've fallen in the line of duty. And that was an amazing ceremony that they had with a great turnout at the Area 2 substation of the Sheriff's Department. Let's see, I attended the American Legion Memorial Day program at the Selma Garden Cemetery. That was very moving. It's always nice to see the veterans that come out for that, the people from the community. It's always really well attended. And it wasn't too hot this year, so that was nice. I promoted Selma events on meetings with the mayor on CBS 47, including the July 3rd Selma Chamber of Commerce fireworks show that it's going to be doing with the city of Selma, I understand. And we've got Jersey Boys coming up next week at the Art Center, which is going to be really exciting. So that's going to be great. I attended an SKF meeting and that Selma special meeting on homelessness. Thank you to staff for putting that together, a really good discussion. And let's see, we've got, I attended COG and the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency meeting. And it looks like the FCRTA Center is going to be somewhere between June and September for the groundbreaking. This is going to be a real game changer for Selma. It's a great maintenance center. They're really cutting edge in terms of the rechargers. They've got the charging stations for the buses that are actually solar powered themselves. Like many organizations out there, they're waiting on PG&E. They are the ones who are just delaying everything. It's going to be, they've just received one switch gear, but I guess they need 2 or 3. They're going to be generating 1.2 megawatts. And it is going to be an amazing facility, but they just can't get PG&E to come out to hook them up. So hopefully that will move forward. They'll be producing 120% of the energy they need. And we'll be selling some of that energy back for 3 cents a kilowatt. So that's going to be really cool to see them producing a profit and to be a real inspiration for maintenance facilities everywhere. And microgrid facilities are very in and getting a lot of funding. So that's definitely where the funding is. And I think we could work with them on that. And and I saw where the school district just got a $6 million grant for electric powered buses. So that's going to be a great opportunity there, but they don't have power. The microgrid's tapped. So again, we really need to work with our partners at PG&E to help us to get the power grid that we need, or we won't, you can plan all day long, but if you can't implement them, it's useless. So we really need to be able to implement that. I'll be meeting with the school board or the school district superintendent next week regarding safe routes to school. There's going to be some funding from COG that's coming out on that. I definitely want to get more clarification from the city in terms of what they're looking for on Measure C and the Golden State Project. So I want to see some detail on that so I can look into that for our city and want to know what exactly the purpose of that is and what kind of background. While I was at COG, I asked about the Dinuba and McCall signal, and the deputy director of Caltrans said he provided an update on April 23rd. As you'll recall, I gave that update. And the new update is because the plan submitted identified expanding the roadway 6 feet or beyond, it did trigger a cultural studies to comply with federal section 106. And those studies should be in the process of being prepared by the City of Selma's consultant. And once the City of Selma's consultant is done with that, they get submitted to Caltrans for review, and they are committing to turning those around right away, 1 week. So that will help facilitate and expedite this all-important stoplight at Dinuba and McCall that's been paid for with, I guess, congestion mitigation air quality money. So there are all sorts of, strings attached with that kind of funding, but it's going through. They will expedite the review. I will stay on this. I guess the city should also be working with Fresno COG on the interagency consultation for the air quality for concurrence as well, per the deputy director. Anything I can do to assist the city at COG, please let me know. I'm always there to assist the city with anything. And this is definitely a COG project, COG funded. So anything I can do to help expedite that stoplight at Dinuba and McCall, I'm there to do for the city. And I want to thank everybody for coming out and staying here for the meeting tonight this long, your troopers, and we'll see you at the next meeting. Good night. We're adjourned.